Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 and the final day of the 2023 International Low Brass Festival. Thank you so much to all the artists, those who are watching, as well as our sponsors and our volunteers for helping us so much throughout this festival. Today will be the longest of the 3 days. We have a variety of performances, starting with a recital. Without further ado, let's begin.
Hello. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I will. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here at the International Road Brass Festival, and it's a really nice initiative you have going on here, guys. So, great job. My name is Bente Illevold, and I'm a Norwegian euphonium player. I live as a freelance musician. I participate in several chamber music groups that I have created myself, and I also do a lot of work as a soloist. I teach, I conduct, I write music, and I arrange music. So my career is very diverse. And I'm also a Shire's euphonium artist, and I do some. A part of my work is international traveling, so I'm really lucky. So that's a very short recap of who I am.
Okay. Why don't you tell us a little bit about why you chose these pieces for today?
For me, the music of Johann Sebastian Bach has followed me my entire life, I think, and I really love it. And especially the cello suites has been really close to my heart since I started studying music. And my latest album is called Alene, Alone in English, and it was recorded during COVID. And during that period, of course, the music for a solo instrument gotten even more close to me, and I had a lot of time to practicing it and really dig into it. And then yeah, it's really challenging to play the cello suite without any transcription. This is just the original cello music, and for me, a great musical challenge, and it really put you on test on your flexibility skills, but also your musical skills and interpretation. I think that you really constantly have to find good phrasing in music as a brass player in music that just continues. So that's the reason, and I think it's like, so euphonium player, we don't have so much classical music, of course. So then it's very important also to develop that side of yourself as a classical performer and really dig into some classical repertoire. And the second piece was the second movement of Stig Nordhagen's sonata for euphonium and piano. That's Norwegian music, and I'm it's very important for me when I travel or in general to present Norwegian music to a bigger audience. And I'm also currently doing now a big recording project on all the music for euphonium that Stig has written. He has written 4 major pieces for the instrument, and that album will be released in probably April 24. So yeah, so it's the sonata is very beautiful, and it's not so hard, so it's playable for a lot of people. So I hope that will really be a hit on the international euphonium repertoire in the future.
All right. So next question is, how do you take inspiration from another instrument, like you said, the cello for the sonata, and transfer it to euphonium?
For me, it's a very interesting question, and for me, like, inspiration is connected to the music more than the instrument. So in general, it's very rarely that I listen to euphonium. That's probably the instrument I almost never listen to other euphonium players, but because my goal as a performer and also as a teacher is constantly to expand my universe, or expand the students' universe, and then I think it's very important to get inspiration from other performers, because I've learned that you have the brass jargon, the way of doing things. You had the woodwind jargon, you had the percussion jargon, and the string player jargon, and all this sort of culture has different cultures within the group of instruments, and it's a great deal of inspiration and a lot of learning to gain from really listen and talk to performers of other instruments than your own. I think is very, very important. And of course, for the string players, for us as brass players, it's like how they play is, for me, I try to like pretend that my ear is like their bow. So I'm trying to really, and they also have so much musicality and expressions in the playing in general, the high level string players. I think we brass players has a lot to learn from them in general. I'm not sure if that answered your questions, but at least answered why I think it's important.
Okay, our next question is, what are the challenges of taking a cello piece and incorporating on euphonium?
It's two general challenges, and that is of course the register and the flexibility, like the ability to move fast from do a big interval smoothly. In the Bach cello suites, it's like, especially the one you listen to now, the D minor, that's probably the one that's in total the easiest to adapt on euphonium. The register is quite good on the euphonium. It's like never any big challenges register-wise. It's just the flexibility. And what you really need to have is like to have really good control and have the ability to connect your upper and lower range really, really easy on the instrument and make it sound smooth. And I think that's the hardest thing. And of course, as I said, to like create phrases, to like make up your mind really, because you have to breathe. A cellist doesn't have to breathe, so we can just play and play and play. But you have to like prepare your phrases and like, okay, I'm going to prepare my breath now. How do I phrase this part of the music? So I'm prepared to take my breath, and it still sounds organic and naturally.
All right. So the next question is, do you think that phrasing is something that comes naturally from the instrument, or was it something that you had to train for a long time?
It definitely doesn't come natural from the instrument. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time, and that's probably why I think Bach's music is so brilliant to work with, because it challenges you really, really hard on the phrasing. A lot of the original music that's written for euphonium, especially the standard pieces, I wouldn't say they really challenge you in phrasing, because it's sort of speaks for itself. It's very easy to solve if you use like some fundamental principles of classical phrasing. And it's also like the phrases are suitable for euphonium, but Bach's music isn't. And I had to really work hard to like find the phrases in that music. But the way I did it was very interesting, because for me it's like, now I know this music so well that it sort of feels like an improvisation. I sort of know it so well that I can make different choices in the moment, like how I will phrase it. So and that's really, really cool. But I think it tells more about how much I practiced it to really. I think this is in general probably the thing that we don't talk so much about it, but we should in low brass playing, the phrasing, and to really like put something personal and put your sort of meaning and will into your way of playing, and not just being happy with pulling out the right notes in a good time, but really have a clear direction and like clear point where you're going, and really shows that in the music and phrasing, not just thinking more horizontal. No, sorry, vertical, but really be horizontal in your way of playing.
Are there any specific techniques you've adapted from the cello to your euphonium adaptation? Like, for example, sometimes when I cover for the cello part on brass, you have to play the pitch differently than you'd normally play, like a staccato, for example.
I wouldn't say it's a technique, but and this is also like, how do you, when you are when you are playing music that's not originally written for your instrument, like what are your purpose, what are your goal? And for me, the goal was not necessary to play like a cello, and obviously, as you can hear, it's not like doing an authentic interpretation at all. That was not my goal. My goal, like, to just see the music for what it is, and like put the quality of my instrument into that music. So sort of mix the world of the euphonium and Bach, you can say. So, and I think that's like something you as a performer really have to think about when you're doing music that's a transcription or not original for your instrument. Is like, what are your goal? What do you want to do? Like when you're playing Mozart's bassoon concert or one euphonium, do you want it to sound like a bassoon? I think that, as you refer to, is like when you're playing another instrument's part in a wind band, then it comes something completely different, because then you are trying to like fill a specific role of the instrument, the characters of the instrument. But as a soloist performing a piece of music that's written for another instrument, I think you have some different options that you should really think through. And I think like ask yourself what your goals are. And for me, it would always like to just show how this music, Bach's music, reflects the characters of the euphonium and the fantastic sort of things and sounds that you can make in a euphonium.
All right. Okay. So next question is, what does an average day in life look like for a freelance musician? So what do you do in like a normal day?
That's of course really depends, because it's, for me, it's like no week is the same. But let's say it's when I'm just in a period of preparing stuff. So I don't necessarily go out or go on tour or anything, but just like staying back home in my home office where I am right now. So then I would say I really have a good structure and discipline in my everyday life, and that's probably one of the reasons why I can cope with this way of living. And I wake up very early and sitting with emails, a few hours of practice, maybe go for a run, lunch, practice more emails, applications, communication with others. And so that's like what a day would look like for me when I'm not doing anything. But on a weekly basis, it can be like 1 week I can be on tour somewhere in Norway or in Europe, or I can do gigging with my quartets, cooperate with my percussion player I play with, and then I have some teaching jobs coming up as a freelancer sometimes. And so it's like, it's never the same. The week is never the same to me. So we feel like a stable, are a big fan of stability in your life for like routines. It's maybe not a good thing for a freelance career, but at the same time the weeks are different. The time of the week that I can control is very structured and have very good discipline to get things done. And I get up early, but I work a lot. I work usually between 50 and 60 hours each week. So that's just what it takes. And I usually say that 1/3 of it is practicing, 1/3 is like computer work, and 1/3 is actually being out gigging or teaching.
Okay, our next question is, why did you start on the euphonium?
Sorry, why did
you start the euphonium? Why do you play the euphonium?
That was actually a big coincidence. Was sort of just when I was a child, I played in the local school band where I grew up, and I played the trumpet. And I wasn't particularly good. I didn't like it, honestly. I wanted to quit. But then my best friend played euphonium, and they opened up a position in the band on euphonium, and like the conductor asked if anybody wanted to switch from trumpet to euphonium, and I was like, yeah. And the reason was because I could sit next to my best friend in rehearsal. So, but it started there, and then when I suddenly picked up that instrument, I was quite old. I was almost 15 years actually. So I'm not like a young talent or anything. I'm just a product of hard work in as a student. But anyway, when I picked up the euphonium for the first time, it was like, wow, I really love this sound. This is what I want to do. So almost like it was no like turning back at that point. But of course it wasn't a lot of bumps in the road to getting from there to where I am today. But still, it was like, now I feel to play the euphonium is something I just need to do. I really love it still.
Our next question is, like, as a freelance musician, how do you keep constant practice, right, with a schedule that isn't so constant?
Again, I think the structure and discipline needs to be there, and I plan my days very in detail. So I sort of know every hour what I'm going to do. But also it's like some periods I practice a lot. And then, of course, when you are on tour, everybody knows that to be on tour is the worst thing you can do for your amateur. Like that's almost impossible to keep in shape during a tour. But what is very important for me is that when I'm on tour, I try to get at least 40 minutes as a sort of good time on my own where I really can do my basics. And then I have something I like run through that I really want to know, okay, if I do this, then I will feel good, then I will be myself, then I will be ready. And if there is a day off on a tour, I also try to be very disciplined and go and practice for a few hours. But yeah, in my everyday life, when it's not vacation as now, I try to get at least 3 hours of practice in every day.
All right, thank you. The next question is, do you play any other instruments? And if you do, what led you to playing them?
I don't play so many other instruments. I have a flugelbone that I sort of use sometimes. That's very close to the euphonium, of course. And I also have a baritone. I just use them, yeah, when I want to are in a group. I sometimes do gigs with a guitar player and a singer, and then I use the flugelbone because it's more suitable in that type of ensemble. So I used to play the trombone when I was a student. I had trombone as my second instrument, but I don't play trombone anymore. I honestly have to say um, I found that really, it really wasn't my thing. I probably didn't get so good, but for me it was a bit more mechanical in the approach to music than the euphonium. So, and I didn't like that. But so the instrument I play most now, actually outside of euphonium, is piano. I play piano for fun, not classical piano, but more like popular music, I will say. And I use piano when I write music and arrange. So it's a very good work tool for me.
Okay, so our last question is like, what does the euphonium bring to the table relative to like a tuba or a trombone?
Wow, that's a really, really cool question. And that's actually a thing I've been thinking a lot about this last year myself, because I think actually those kind of question is what we need more of in the world of low brass in general, but especially in the euphonium, because what I see a tendency, almost in a global perspective, is that the euphonium is disappearing. It's like the euphonium and tuba are a bit just playing and doing stuff for each other instead of trying to expand and get more audience interested. It seems like we're almost going the opposite way. And I think that's because a bit about what we are talking about and how we are behaving, not necessarily behaving, but how we are behaving musically, what things we are interested in. But for me, it's like what euphonium bring to the table is like some characteristic that no other brass instrument are able to do. The euphonium has probably, as the tuba, the biggest register of the brass instrument, uses the biggest register. And when you have ability, as I said earlier, to like really connect those registers and to really have flow through them, then you have an instrument with extreme register, but also extreme contrast in both volume and characters and sounds and register, and that's no other brass instrument has that. And also the euphonium's ability to really sing, that's unique for me, absolutely. And that's probably what I love most about it, that you can shape the sound of the euphonium in so extremely many colors and way that I don't hear that on any other brass instrument. And the last thing I want to add is that the euphonium is for me also the only brass instrument that has not globalized the sound yet, meaning that you can still hear different traditions and different way of playing when you travel the world. If you hear like trumpet, trombone, tuba, it sounds a bit more of the same. Not tuba so much, has also some of the same thing as euphonium, but the contrast. If you go to Spain, you go to Norway, you go to the US, you go to England, then you can hear completely different way of playing the euphonium. And that's unique. And that's very, very cool, and something we need to keep in the future also, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me, and good luck with the rest of the festival, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Great. My name is Louise, and I'm very happy to be here. And thank you to the International Low Brass Festival for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure. And thank you for organizing such a wonderful festival. I think we've all been enjoying it. I've been listening to some sessions so far, and I've had a great time. Thank you. So, today I'd like to tell you about what my life is like as an opera musician. Because one thing that low brass players can do as a career is work full-time in an opera orchestra. My name is Louise Pollock. I am principal trombone with the Gothenburg Opera in Sweden. That's in Europe, in Northern Europe. It's cold here. Not right now because it's summer, it's warm here. I also teach at the University of Gothenburg Academy of Music and Drama, where I'm in charge of the entire trombone class, bachelors and masters and everything else that belongs to the academy. I'm also very lucky to be a con artist, which means not that I am a con artist fooling people, but it means that I'm an artist for the company of Con that makes beautiful trombones, and I'm very honored to play an old-timer trombone by them. It's a 1950s trombone. It's built sometime between 1950 and 1953. It's a Con 88H. It's very cool. I'm also very lucky and very honored to be a board member of the Board of Advisors of the International Trombone Association, which is a wonderful association which I can recommend all trombone players to become part of. My best times of my life was when I studied with Professor Slokar and Professor Vigrebe. And for those of you who were here yesterday to watch Professor Slokar's Slokar Quartet concert, I don't know if you were there, the concert was great, and then the Q&A session was incredibly fun. So that was wonderful. So thank you for organizing that. Yes. So what does life as an opera musician look like? Well, to make it very short, I'm living my dream. This is what I've always wanted to do. I have loved opera for my entire life. I was exposed to opera from a young age because we have opera singers in our family. Lots of my cousins are opera singers, so I would go and watch their performances. And what I like the most about being part of an opera orchestra is that I get to play music, I get to play my trombone on a professional level without being the focus of everything. So I'm not on the stage and everybody's looking at me. Instead, what an opera house looks like is there's the stage up here, and this is where the singers are, and then the audience is on the other side, and the orchestra is in a pit under everything. So the biggest part of the audience can't see the orchestra, and the biggest part of the singers can't see the orchestra either, but everybody hears it. And without an orchestra, no opera. So that's wonderful. If you think about it, opera trombone players are kind of weird people. So we don't play so much in some operas. Some operas we do play a lot, and other operas we play one note in the beginning and one note in the end, and there's 3 hours of breaks in between. And so somehow we still enjoy sitting in a dark, crowded, warm orchestra pit and just sitting around. And then when someone on stage dies, we play a minor chord. That's the enjoyment of my life. So to get in a position in an orchestra, as of course all of you know, it's a lot of work because you need to win an audition. And auditions can often be over 100 players from all over the world coming to present themselves. In Sweden, it's behind a screen, so nobody in the orchestra can actually see who's playing. And there's usually several rounds with concertos, and also the most important is the orchestral excerpts, so important parts of the opera and concert literature played kind of as a solo piece. Yes, and when you won that, then you enter a so-called trial period or trial year. Sometimes it's more than a trial year, sometimes it's 2 trial years. And if the orchestra deems you to be suitable for them, then they give you tenure and you're part of the orchestra forever. That's when the great life starts. You're part of a team, part of the orchestra family, or almost a family, especially because opera people see each other so often. So we have rehearsals every day and then performances every evening, which means you see every colleague twice a day, which is wonderful if you like your colleagues, which I do. You'd think that opera playing is very boring, especially for trombone players, because we mostly sit and wait, but actually not, because part of the job is to know the entire repertoire, all the operas, to know them. And the reason is because the opera that's playing tonight in the performance hasn't been rehearsed this morning. The opera that's playing tonight in the performance has maybe been rehearsed a year ago or 2 years ago. or 6 months ago. So the rehearsals that we have in the morning are for the upcoming productions and not for the productions that are coming this very evening. Another wonderful thing is that the music is really fantastic. If opera is your thing, which it is mine, the music is just fantastic. It's unbelievable. It's the most beautiful art form, in my opinion, that has ever been created. And I also like that so many different people are working together. I think it's 126 different kinds of professions in my opera house. Everything from stage technicians to light specialists, people who sew the costumes, dancers, choir singers, the children's choir, the orchestra musicians, of course, the conductors, the pianists who work with the conductors. There's just unlimited amounts of really high specialists who work together to create this one last product, which is the opera and the fantastic music. Of course, as I already said, opera trombonists don't play all the time. Sometimes we do, but sometimes we don't. But it's kind of part of the challenge, you know? If you sit for a really long time and your mouth starts getting dry and your lips get a little bit cold, and then you still have to play a perfect bing chord, major or minor, right in the right moment, that's part of the challenge. That's a really great feeling. Also, while waiting to play, I really feel that I try to listen and really learn, because I feel that you can learn from everybody, especially if you're around really great musicians daily. So I try to listen to other musicians, and I think, why is this good? What makes it good? And I listen to the singers and I try and understand, why does this make me get goosebumps? Why does this make me want to cry? You know, what is it that's good? Is it the sound? Is it the way they phrase? Is it their instrument? Is it the context of the music? I don't know. I'm learning. I'm trying my best to learn more. For me, the very best part of being an opera musician is being part of the big family in the opera, since everybody's working towards the same goal, to produce a great opera show. It feels very familiar, especially because we see each other so much. And I'm especially happy to be a trombonist because I get to be part of the trombone community and the low brass community. And we're kind to each other and we support each other in the opera, in the city, in Europe, in the world. I have lots of wonderful trombone friends. And one of the fun things that we like to do is we like to have a lot of fun with our instruments. And I'd like to show you one way how we have fun with our instruments. So I'll do some screen sharing, and I'd like to show you a very fun video that we made with my trombone group at my opera house. And you'll see an old weird guy dancing, and the old weird guy is actually the really famous Professor Roos, who also got the ITA Teaching Excellence Award a few years ago. But he danced for us in the video too. So please tell me if you can't hear or see the screen sharing. Otherwise, have fun. I don't think that worked. Did it work? I'll try again. Okay, I'll try again. Thank you. So yes, that was the Tubby Butcher, arranged by Thomas Hultin, with our tuba player Even as a soloist, and he was playing a sousaphone from the year 1924, so it's almost exactly 100 years old. Okay, 99 this year. And we had so much fun recording the video. It was more fun than, yeah, anything I can think of. It's such a gift to be able to make music with my colleagues, also outside of the pit. Anyway, back back to the orchestra. So there's lots of good news about orchestras. One of the really wonderful things is playing in an orchestra is an opportunity to do something you love as your job. There are not many jobs that provide one the ability to do exactly what one trains to do. If you love playing your instrument, a career in an opera orchestra or symphony orchestra provides a chance to do that on a daily basis. And then when there are performances or concerts, up to 2,000 people will be cheering you on and clapping, and woo, they'll be so happy that you're there. So every day feels like a gift to be able to do this profession to me. Another great positive is the potential for a stable career with excellent job security, salary, and benefits. In many countries, Europe and some orchestras in the US, we're very well paid and we have permanent high-ranking positions. Another fun thing is the tour opportunities. Now, my orchestra doesn't tour super much, but some of my colleagues in other orchestras, they tour around the world, you know, Japan, China, Hong Kong, South America, everything, anything you can think of. And so, of course, tours are stressful because they need to perform every evening, but still they get to travel the world, which just is a lot of fun with colleagues that you like. Another positive thing is the instant credibility in the music market. So simply by the fact that a person is a member of a top symphony orchestra, many other doors open easily. For example, if you want to teach, which I do. I teach at the university in Gothenburg. For those in orchestras in large metropolitan areas, universities and conservatoires of music usually draw their faculty from the ranks of the local symphony orchestra. That's the case in many places, and also in many places it's different, because then in many cases, in addition, upon retiring from the orchestra, symphony players can become the candidates to take over full-time teaching professorships in university, because they have so much experience in the music world, because they do it every single day. As an opera or symphony musician, you have a concert every evening, and I mean, bolero is still bolero. Bolero is always going to be hard, right? But, you know, I've played a million boleros in my life, and it's almost an everyday thing. It's kind of weird, but also kind of cool. Unfortunately, there's also a bad side, which means that sometimes orchestra players fall into cynicism. So despite the fact that they have a wonderful job with stability, income, and a lot of satisfaction in the musical side, many players can sometimes become really frustrated because their work as individuals will not always be recognized, or they feel that it's not recognized, especially, for example, string players who play in a really big string group. They're number, 27 in the first violins. So lots of violinists or other string players will also train to be a solo or chamber music person, to have a career in that. And then a life in a symphony orchestra will sometimes be a third choice. But actually for brass players, there aren't too many who actually have solo careers. So for many of us, a job in an orchestra is really the first choice, and I definitely feel that way. Yes, and I'm very thankful every day. One thing that can happen is that wind and brass players are usually hired to individual positions in an orchestra. So for example, principal trombone, or second trumpet, or third horn. And some positions require specialty players. For example, bass trombone or tuba or contrabassoon is also a special one like that. Bass clarinet, English horn, piccolo. But often second players have very few opportunities to move up to principal or premium chairs, because that's not built in the system. And because tenured players, so players who have tenure, often stay in the orchestra for their lifetime, the possibility to move up is only possible if someone would retire, and if the person who would want to move up would win the audition again. And the next point is a very important point for me that I'd like to also show a few examples of videos. The work is demanding. The work is demanding physically and mentally. So keeping in shape every day for performing in a major symphony orchestra is really hard work. So my personal warming up and also practice time can occupy many hours a day, and it often does. So right now, for example, I'm on summer break. I got up very early and I practiced all day, and I just got home from practicing many hours. I'm also preparing a few recitals, but still, I would never go just on vacation and leave the trombone at home, because, you know, every day you don't play, your skills diminish. I do have friends who take breaks in summer and then start very slowly again and work their way up, and I respect that. But for myself, I really feel that a break is not worth it, because I lose certain important skills that I've really worked on very hard to achieve. So I don't take breaks. I practice every day, many hours. The thing is, as an opera trombonist, if you're lucky, it's an opera where you have a lot to play, or a musical, for example. But some operas, we just don't have very much to play. Lots of the Puccini operas, for example, we just play a few notes here and there. And then, so that means doubled, that in addition to maybe 5 hours of rehearsal and a 4-hour performance in the evening, I will need to keep myself in shape for many hours a day. On the other hand, being a trombonist means that we enjoy spending time together. And one way that we like to do is we like to keep in shape together. So I'll show you another video of this. So it's going to be the same group, just in a little bit more serious setting. So I will go and find that, and then I'll share my screen. So that was, as you of course know, Haydn and the Creation for 4 trombones. I don't only play with trombone players. I'm very lucky that I also have other colleagues who want to play with me. Here's an example of me playing with one of our percussion players. I have an affinity to play with percussion players. I think they're so fun, and I love playing rhythmically with them. So here's another example. Hope you enjoy. Okay, I'll try again. That didn't seem to work. Thank you for telling me. I'll try again. Is that working better? That doesn't seem to be working. Let's try again. Okay, I'm gonna try again. Haha, several tries. In the end, we'll make it. Here we go. Here's another try.
Då vill jag säga varmt välkommen hit till Lutherska Missionskyrkan och våran Lund. Varmt välkommen.
Yeah, is it working? Yes, so that was a piece that I played with Fredrik Dubling. It's called Pair Up by Miles Wright. And all the videos that I've showed you is my friends and colleagues who work with me in the opera orchestra in the pit, who are interested in also playing with me in our free time. And I'm really thankful for that. It's a wonderful situation to be in. So when you perform every evening, the last topic that I'd like to speak about is, you know, before I played in the orchestra, I thought performing every evening it would get easier and I would never be scared again because it's something I do every day. But actually the performance anxiety for me stayed the same, or it even got worse, because it was something that came up every day. And so I had to find ways to work around it. And I hope that it's okay that I share my most important tips against performance anxiety, coming from someone who has to perform every single evening. So the most important in this part to know is that I'm going to talk about something that's called a flight or fight mode. No, actually, it's the other way around. Fight or flight mode, isn't it? I'm sure you've all heard of this, but let's just repeat just to be sure. So the fight mode is if you would meet a lion and you'd feel, I'm up to the task, I can fight the lion. That's the fight mode. And if you meet a lion and you feel, oh, I'm gonna die if I meet the lion, and then you just run away and your body takes all the resources on the running away, that's the flight mode. So that's the two reactions to a difficult situation that our body can have. And so in the fight mode, the physical feeling is relaxed and ready, the mental feeling is calmly focused, and emotionally we're excited. In the flight mode, so when we want to run away, it's that we've decided that we're not up to it, and the physical feeling is tense, mentally we're unfocused, and emotionally we're scared. Does anybody recognize that from a concert situation? That would be a situation that would come sometimes in a concert, right? That would be in the flight mode. And the problem is that a physical threat and the perception of that threat is the same in our brain and our body. So whether a concert is actually life-threatening or not, it usually isn't, we still perceive it as being life-threatening. And performance anxiety is not experienced the same by everyone. It's not consistent, even within one person. And it's not a constant, so it can change over time. Like, I've worked on it and I think it's getting better, I hope. And it's not a dead end. You can make friends with it. That's what I want to tell you. Performance anxiety is also something good, because it's a sign that you care about what you're doing. It's a sign that you're smart and thoughtful and that you're a good musician, because if you weren't a good musician, you wouldn't care, right? And also a sign that you want to be successful, which is a good thing. And like any other skill, we can work on our performance behaviors and improve the anxiety over time. So what I would suggest is take action now, because if we just allow the performance anxiety to take over our lives, it possibly won't get better. But I think we can kind of practice the performance anxiety just like we practice our instruments. And the concept I'd like to suggest for you today is something called the first and the second fear. So the first fear is the fear that happens when you first realize that a stressful experience is going to come up, and then you feel anxiety about it. So that's the first fear. The second fear is the fear of the fear. So you get scared. What if I get nervous? What if my legs start shaking? What if I can't remember my music? And the difference between first fear and second fear is the first fear helps you stay in fight mode, where you feel good about yourself and ready to fight. But the second fear, so the fear of the fear, is usually setting most of us into flight mode, where we just want to run away. And so the thing I would suggest is recognizing first fear and dealing with it. So for example, I would say, I'm feeling nervous about playing tonight because I have to play a bolero. And that's normal. Whatever happens, I can play anyway. Or another thing would be, I can play the trombone. It's not that hard. I've done harder things in my life. And I think the coping strategy here is play anyway. Play anyway. No matter what happens, tell yourself, play anyway. Are your legs shaking? Play anyway. Are your hands sweaty? Play anyway. Do you have an upset stomach? Play anyway. You can't focus? Play anyway. So, what symptoms show up when you get nervous? If it's symptoms of flight mode, so the bad kind of nervous, the common mental symptoms would be inability to focus, easily distracted once you do focus, confusion, yeah, I know all about that. Common physical symptoms would be dizziness, shaky hands, sweating, stomach not feeling good, digestive problems. And emotional symptoms, of course, fear, lack of confidence, sadness, disappointment, and just wanting to get out of there. But you know what? Play anyway. Because when we enter flight mode, blood rushes into our torso to protect us from impact if it were a real life and death situation, and the blood goes out of our hands and fingers and lips, unfortunately. So none of these symptoms are severe enough to cancel out your training and muscle memory. But you have to be well prepared, right? You have to have the muscle memory super well trained, and you have to be super prepared. You need to know your music. You need to know exactly what you're going to do on stage. You have to have visualized the situation, because then play anyway, that mantra shuts down the second fear, and it helps us to stop being afraid of being nervous, which drastically cuts down anxiety symptoms. And it's the symptoms we want to get out of, right? So even if second fear has already started, we can turn it around and stop it. We're not stuck in the fear of fear. So one good thing for me has been to make a list of what happens when I get scared or when I get anxiety. So some questions would be, do you feel distracted or dizzy or sick, or do your hands shake? For me, I get really cold and my lips feel weak. So I feel like the mouthpiece is on my lips, and then I can kind of feel that the lips are thin because they're weak. Now, objectively, they're not weak, right? Because I've really practiced many hours every day for many, many, many years. So yeah, can you play while you're distracted? Yeah. Have you ever gone to a rehearsal with an upset stomach? Yeah. How about a headache? Yeah. How about the lips not feeling good? Yeah. And it worked just fine, right? So the physical symptoms of anxiety, they're annoying, but they're not debilitating. It's really only us taking the physical symptoms as something we believe in that makes them debilitating. So once we know, and we need to watch ourselves a little bit, but once we know how we respond to having a performance and getting scared and getting anxiety, then we won't be surprised by them. Instead, we can say, yeah, okay, my lips feel funny. Okay, yes, I got cold. Okay, my hands are shaking. Oh yeah, I know this, I'm expecting this. This is fine. I can play anyway. Because if we remind ourselves that we can play anyway, we will avoid the downward spiral of second fear. That's what I have to say to performance anxiety. And as the end of my masterclass today, I'd like to say that when we've worked on stage fright, every performance becomes a pleasure, because it makes us strong, and strength gives us the possibility to feel music from other people. Because when we're playing in a group, for example, we're not really playing for ourselves. And in the orchestra, we're there to make the other people sound good. And I'm eternally thankful for the opportunity to work as a trombonist and to work with people that I like. And I'm also thankful to be doing what I like most. It was worth all the hard work. I'm also very grateful for being a trombonist and being part of the worldwide community of low brass players, like all of you wonderful people. So thank you again to the Low Brass Festival for organizing this festival. I'm very happy to be part of it, and I think it's a great idea. And congratulations. If anybody has any questions, I'm open to Q&A. Otherwise, I have other fun videos to show you of silliness among the trombone players. Just let me know what you'd like.
Why do you start trombone?
When or why?
When? I mean, why? Yeah.
Both. Okay. So I was a young student. I was about 7 years old, and in our schools, the music teachers come and show off their instruments so that the kids can see all the instruments and choose. And so I looked at the violin and the clarinet and the flute, but I really liked the trombone because the trombone player, the trombone professor, he was such a nice guy, and I really wanted to have a nice guy as a teacher. And that was more important to me than which instrument. So I decided, well, the nicest teacher is the trombone player, so I'll choose the trombone, and I've been at it ever since.
All right. Our next question is, why do you like opera music?
Why do I like opera music? Well, think of it. It's so cool. The opera singers, they have the ability to sing at about 120 decibels. That's the same as a fighter jet if you're standing right next to it. It's so cool. Think of it. What else? I like the beauty of it. It speaks to me personally. I like that you can look at scores, and depending on the opera, you can see what's happening on stage without needing to look at stage. For example, in the Wagner operas, he has so-called motives. The motives also explain what's going on in the story. So certain motives will tell that people are doing business with each other. Certain motives will tell that a certain person is coming in on stage. So you can look at the score and imagine what's happening on stage without needing to see the stage. But of course, if you're so lucky to be in the audience, it's kind of like going to the cinema. Is that what you call it? Do you call it the pictures, maybe? The cinema, the pictures, you know, where you watch a film in a big theater, a movie theater. But it's a live movie theater with the music being live played, the people live dancing and live speaking and live theater. And the whole experience is just completely overwhelming because you're part of the experience as an audience. That's why I like opera music.
All right. Thank you. So, what makes opera music so beautiful to you? Why do you like it so much?
I like that it can be super quiet and super loud. And I like that the composers at the time, they wrote really complex things. Wagner is one of those examples that are so complex that they are not understandable to the human mind why they sound good. So one thing you could look up in this context is the Tristan chord. It's a chord that if you isolate the chord out of the entire opera, it just sounds wrong. It sounds like someone's playing wrong. Everybody's playing wrong. But when you hear it in the context of the opera, it sounds amazing. It sounds beautiful. It sounds right. So that would be one thing. The other thing is I like the idea of everybody working together with their skill to produce a wonderful show. So the opera singers, the choir, the children's choir, the costume makers, the makeup, the hair, the trombones. Yeah, that's it.
Memorable experiences of or performances from your career. So I guess memorable experiences in performances.
Yes, so I have lots of funny ones. So part of an opera orchestra is because you spend so much time together, there's all kinds of funny moments that happened. One of my more funny ones was, you know, a dancer fell into the stage. A dancer fell into the pit. That never happens, ever. Nobody ever falls off the stage into the pit. But on that day, it happened. A dancer fell into the pit and he fell onto a trumpet player. And then the next day in the newspaper, it said, dancer fell into the pit. Luckily, no musician was hurt, only a trumpet player. Which means that the newspaper article thought that a trumpet player wasn't a musician. Another one was they were throwing something on stage, balls or something. Maybe not balls. It was something sharp. They were throwing something on stage. And the same thing there. It never comes into the pit. But on that day, it did come into the pit. And it actually hurt someone on their head. So something came from the stage, boom, into the pit and hurt someone. And he started bleeding from his head. And on that day, it happened to be a performance that wasn't to an open audience. Instead, the Doctors Association, the Swedish Doctors Association, had rented the entire building, the entire place. So they had to stop the performance because the guy had an injury on his head, and then they had to call out, hello, is there any professional medical person here in the audience? We have a hurt person. And of course, everybody was a doctor, so the entire audience, 2,000 people stood up. Yes. That was another funny one, yeah. You want more, or do you have other questions? I have lots of stories.
Our next question is, with people not feeling the appreciation that they deserve, how do you think you cope with that? And like, sometimes do you want to play a more active part in a piece?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. What a great question. So it's basically two questions, isn't it? Yeah, the first one, how do people cope with not being appreciated? I think the most important part is to also be active outside of the pit. So to play chamber music, to have the chance to find your own voice within a smaller group and to play with the colleagues that are around you in the pit. That automatically gives you the chance to be appreciated outside of the pit, which means that it will also transfer into the pit where we will all appreciate each other. And that's also another thing in this context. Everybody, I believe, everybody should always treat everybody else with respect and kindness, no matter what. And that brings automatic appreciation of each other with it, which means that lots of people won't get into the situation of not feeling appreciated. The other one of, do I wish to play a more active role in many pieces? Yes, I do. And I really think that we could play more operas with lots of trombones in it. Yes.
Hi, what do you think like the culture of the low brass section is in Sweden?
Oh, the culture of the low brass section, yeah. I think times have changed. I think the low brass section used to be maybe the rough guys, or maybe I don't want to say the rough guys. That's the wrong word. But I know that there used to be quite a lot of alcohol in the orchestras, especially in the brass. These days that has changed. We are all highly educated, very thankful people. There's no alcohol involved anywhere. It's completely forbidden these days to have any alcohol anywhere. And I believe that if low brass players really play in a musical and beautiful way, that my experience is that sometimes the string players come to me and they're like, oh, that was so beautiful. And I've only played like beep, beep, beep. So I think maybe the low brass is so close to many people's hearts if we play beautifully. And I think that we're aware of that and we try to play beautiful and try to take care of each other, be kind to each other, respectful. Yeah.
Out of Sweden that you like to perform at?
Oh, yes. I've been so lucky that I've been at the International Trombone Festival. Last year we were in Arkansas, in, let's see, Conway, Arkansas. And this year I'm flying in a few days. I'm flying to Utah. And the most wonderful thing about the International Trombone Festival is it's like meeting all your family members. It's like meeting cousins and brothers and sisters of the trombone. And we play together and we support each other. We take care of each other. That's my favorite place to perform. Yeah.
All right. So the next question is, have you ever written your own opera piece?
Oh, my own opera piece. No, I haven't, but I should. That's a great idea. Yeah. I'm not a composer though. I don't know if that would be good.
Opera tour internationally?
Yeah, the interesting thing with operas is that the touring possibilities are possibly a little bit diminished because we need to play an opera at our opera house every evening. So I have been touring quite a lot with them. We've been to Japan and we've been to smaller tours within Sweden. It's part of our work that we take the bus and tour our part of Sweden, which is the western part of Sweden. That's part of what we do. And we play smaller productions or concert productions within there. And I'm very happy. But if, some orchestras really tour as part of their job, that's what they do. So some orchestras are on tour 3 months a year, but most opera orchestras aren't because they need to be at home to play the performances every evening.
Okay, our next question is, what's your favorite piece and what's your least favorite, like, overplayed piece?
So you mean opera piece or any kind of piece?
Any kind of piece, classical piece.
Okay, any kind of piece. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I can say both. Well, my favorite opera is Carmen by Bizet. That's wonderful. If you haven't checked it out, do check it out. It's wonderful. My least favorite opera is Norma by Bellini. It's awful. It starts and it never stops. It's awful. Oh my word. You start like this. You play dot 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 dot, and then 4 hours later you're still going like dot dot dot. It never changes. It's very boring. And let's see, in the solo repertoire, I switch between different favorite pieces. I think right now my favorite piece is Josef Jongen, Aria and Bolognese, and also I'm preparing a recital for the International Trombone Festival, and I'm only playing music by composers of our time, and I'm very blessed that some composers wrote stuff especially for me, and I'd say that my current recital is my favorite.
And how do you think like being in opera has affected your play style? And how do you think like it's different from like a band or an orchestra?
Oh, that's a great question too. Yeah. What's different is that we're in the pit and we're not visible, at least to most of the audience. And I've noticed that orchestras or bands that are on stage and are the middle of the attention, they sit up straight and they play loud because they have lots of room. And we're in a pit, which is a very confined space, and it's dark and warm and people are very close to each other. So of course we play loud now and then, but generally I would say the quiet parts are also very important to really play super quiet, because we're in that confined situation where it's very small. Yeah, I think that's the biggest difference.
Is the main thing you're working on improving right now?
Yes, so I'm very interested in teaching also. So I would say in my playing, I'm working on relaxed, loud playing. As you see, I'm not a very big person. So I sometimes feel that if I were a little bit bigger and stronger, I could maybe make more sound. So what I'm working on is trying to relax as much as possible and still use strength to be able to play beautifully loudly. And as I mentioned, I'm interested in teaching, and teaching is what I'm learning most right now. And since I teach at university level, I really feel that I'm learning every day from the students, and that goes for everybody listening today. We all learn from each other. Everybody has something to give to each other. So every lesson, I feel that the student gives me just as much as I give them. Yeah.
So, kind of going back to like your favorite piece, who's your favorite composer and why?
Oh, my favorite composer is definitely Richard Wagner. And why? Because The Ring is just the most amazing work that has ever been written. So The Ring consists of 4 operas, so it's 4 nights. It's Rheingold, Siegfried, Lohengrin, and Götterdämmerung. Let's see, what do you call it in English? I think you say Götterdämmerung, don't you? And so in many opera houses, it can be played, 4 evenings in a row, or it can be played like 4 weeks in a row. But some opera houses, they do 4 operas in a row, and that takes 2 days, because they're very long operas, because the first one is 2.5 hours with not a second of silence. And then the second and third and fourth, they're 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, depending on how they put it up. And then there are some opera nerds that travel all around the world just to hear the Wagner operas because they're so cool. And their favorite thing is to do that the whole thing in one go, right? So they'll start with the Rheingold, and then they'll sit there for 24 hours and listen to opera. And then in between the opera, there's always a break for them to go and eat something. Isn't that so cool? I mean, which other composer has people who travel around the world to listen to his music for 24 hours in one go?
Hi. Our next question is, how do you keep your chops if you're playing for that long?
Yeah, I really think that practice and structured practice is the best way to keep your chops, and also the best way to be mentally strong, talking about stage anxiety, right? I practice consistently every single day, many, many hours. And most people I know do that also, and have done so for, depending on how old they are, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So that would be the entire basics. So you need to do all your basics every day. I don't mean all books every day. I mean, all the aspects of basics every day. High, low, fast, slow, legato, staccato, scales, dynamics, long notes, short notes. That's all I can think of for now, but you know what I mean. Like every topic needs to be covered every single day. And I also think that the consistency of time is important. So I would suggest not practicing 10 hours on Sundays and then not practicing at all for the rest of the week because you've done a 10-hour week, right? I would suggest really doing consistently every day, 5 hours or 6 hours every single day of the year, which builds a lot of strength. And the strength in the chops gives us the mental focus and strength to perform well, even in those long operas. Yeah.
Thank you. So now this is the last question we have time for today. So what role does language proficiency play in opera singing, considering the repertoire includes various different languages?
Oh, that's such a good question. You know, I have lots of opera singer cousins, and they need to know and speak French, Italian, Russian, Czech, German, English, of course. That's 6 languages. And so they do language lessons. And it's very important for the singers to know what they're singing. On the other hand, lots of operas were written 100 or 200 years ago. So my cousins told me a very funny story where they were at home trying to sleep after a long performance in the evening, and there was some noise going on in the house. And so they went outside and they were like, "Hey, why are you so loud?" And the person only spoke Italian. So they screamed at the person in this 200-year-old opera Italian, like, "My, thou be quiet now." Yeah. Thank you.
People kind of check out your music and work and that sort of stuff.
Well, I'm not too good at the online stuff, but I will work on improving that. I play at festivals basically around the world. I have a Facebook page. You know, that's a great, thank you. That's a great incentive. I will try and be more online personality. That's a great idea. Thank you for the idea.
All right, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
And now a word from our sponsors.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program. Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
Okay, next up, we have Paul van Hoff with a Bach recital. Paul van Hoff is a trombonist and chamber music specialist who performs extensively on both historic and modern trombone. He's a founding member of the Guandante Brass Quintet, a modern brass quintet founded in 2004 that has toured extensively, given masterclasses at schools such as Juilliard and Eastman, recorded 3 albums, most recently recording Chicago Blues for Cedille Records, and premiered more than 30 new works. Paul is also a founding member of Rock, a chamber ensemble dedicated to performing the music of the 16th and 17th century, where he plays Baroque, alto, tenor, and bass trombones, and Renaissance style trumpet. Rook recently recorded their first album, 11, featuring the rare instrumental combination of violin, bass violin, harpsichord, and trombone. Paul holds a bachelor's degree cum laude from Northwestern University, a master's degree from Roosevelt University, and studied historic trombone with Greg Ingles, as well as modern trombone with Frank Krylofus, Lawrence Borden, and Jay Freeman. All right, next up, we have the Connexcus duo playing monochromes. The Connexcus duo comprised of Dr. William Haugeberg on tenor trombone from UT Rio Grande Valley and Dr. Jason Hausback on bass trombone from Missouri State University. They're performing monochromes by Justin Ryder, and they live at the Big 12 Trombone Conference.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. My name's Brett Baker, and I'm doing this next session. And I've got a bit of a PowerPoint that I'm going to bring up. So hopefully, if I can share the screen here. Yes, I can. Good. Here we are. Great. So I could do with a thumbs up from Lester just to know that everything's appearing as it should. Great. All right. So welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you very much for attending the other sessions. I hope you found them really informative and useful and giving you food for thought, really. So what am I going to talk about? I'm going to talk about some performance techniques and selecting the correct accessories to improve playing. So you can imagine that because I'm now working for Dennis Wick, and it's a new appointment for me, really, I'm going to talk about some aspects of those accessories, how you can use mouthpieces, mutes, buzz tubes effectively. And so before doing that, I thought I should give you a little bit of a introduction to myself. Who am I and what am I doing here? What is the point? All that sort of thing. So I've been a brass player now for 40 years. It was my 50th birthday yesterday, funnily enough. So I've been playing for 40 years, and I've been playing in the Black Dyke Brass Band, which is based in the north of England, not far from Leeds and Bradford, for over 23 years. Trustee of the National Youth Brass Band of Great Britain, which is an organisation, a national organisation in the UK, and chair and president of the British Trombone Society. And at the moment, I work closely with the International Trombone Association on their research committee, but I've also been involved in the secretary role there and some other things. I was a classroom teacher from about 2005, and then decided to go on and do further studies from that point and do a master's and doctorate, and enjoyed that so much I decided to stay at the university. And then I was program leader for musical arts, which in effect was the classical music program leader. So I was responsible for the orchestra, the wind band, the concert band, as it's known in the States, the two brass bands, and conducting. And so that's what I did up until 2019. I now teach around 30 private students on Zoom and Skype, and I do quite a bit of tutoring on international courses and ITF, the International Trombone Festivals, and Trombonanza, things like that. And as I said earlier, I'm now marketing lead for Dennis Wick products, and that's a job which I took exactly a year ago. And so I'll talk a little bit about that. So the other thing I wanted to do is thank the International Low Brass Festival. There's been a number of our artists involved in this, and we, from the very beginning, were very supportive of this. It's a great initiative from Dennis Wick's point of view. We're really, really happy that we could get our artists involved and add value to the festival that's taken place. So that's why I hope it's been really enjoyable and worthwhile. And I would like to thank Lester and his team for all the hard work they've put in. It's not an easy thing to do. And so please do feel free to thank them for their efforts, because then next year they'll do an even bigger and better job if they know they've got your encouragement and they've got your support to do that. So thank you very much to Lester and the team. All right, so one of the things that we'll talk about in the question and answer, which is going to be about 25 minutes from now, is why do we use artists, and what is the point of using artists for the products that we produce? And so that's something that we can talk about a bit later. And so here's the things that I'm going to talk about over the next 25 minutes. Our artists and the artist network, the mutes and how they change the sound, the timbre, what is the point of using practice mutes and how should you practice and why use them for breath control. We'll talk about some practice techniques, and we'll talk about the importance of mouthpiece selection. I work on the Dennis Wick website inquiry desk, which has lots of varied messages coming through daily. So I'm normally getting about 10 to 20 messages per day coming through the website. And nearly all of them talk about mouthpiece choice and what sort of mouthpiece they should be looking for, and which mouthpiece works for a certain instrument. So I won't get into specifics, but I will get into some general points, which hopefully then will guide everybody to sort of look for the aspects of the mouthpiece that they need to be thinking about, and whereas they also need to think about the honeymoon period of mouthpieces, because that very much exists, or certainly I found that it exists. So we'll be thinking about that. And so without further ado, let's talk a bit about our artists. You should know that gentleman, Sean Crowther. He did a workshop earlier in the festival, tuba player, amazing speaker. And we've got over 140 artists now and ambassadors. I would say it's probably around 150. As of a week ago, we appointed a few more artists. We have artists on all the instruments, and as the marketing lead, I thought that was really important, that we should go from the smallest brass instrument to the tuba, the C tuba, the B flat tuba, as well as everything in between, because that way we can have specialists that can advise on different aspects of playing and combinations of mouthpiece and instrument, which is really important, particularly on tuba, where you've got such a massive range of different instruments that therefore require different mouthpieces. You can imagine there's many different types of mouthpieces and mutes, and this is for all aspects of playing. So we're going to talk a little bit about that, and also why we have representatives from the orchestral, commercial, concert bands, salsa bands, Latino and jazz, as well as the brass band genre, and that's on a global scale. So that's why we've got around about 150 artists, because we do also try and make sure that we cater for the different styles of playing, and that we have products that will do that and will be flexible enough to do that, rather than have a specialist accessory that just works in one particular genre or on one particular instrument. Okay, so let's talk about a couple of our artists. Some of these people you will see an hour from now. So for instance, Dave Thornton, who's on the bottom left, he will be doing a class straight after me. He's a fantastic euphonium player and also now conductor with what's known as the GUS Footwear Band. Stephen Mead is also on there. Oh, above Dave Thornton, we've got Gavin Sainer, a tuba player from North Wales, and actually his native language is Welsh. We've got then next to him on the right is Stephen Mead. I'm sure loads of people have heard of him. We have a range of mouthpieces developed by Stephen Mead, lots of different types of mouthpieces actually developed by him. And he also developed a baritone mouthpiece, and the baritone player is on the far right. That's Michael Kavanagh. We've got Byron Wallen in the middle, who's a trumpet player, who's certainly assisted us in some of the accessories that we make. A flugel player on the bottom left there, which is Stephanie Binns. Tom Hutchinson, a cornet player, and then Shona White, now known as Shona Wade, because she's been married. She's been married a few years now. That's Shona, who plays the tenor horn. So that's some of our artists that are based in the UK. When we look a bit further afield and look at the States, I'm sure you'll recognize Chris Bill there, who also has been involved in one of the workshops here today. The top left is Chris Holding, who is English but works in Germany, in Essen. We've got Chuck Powell there. We've got Luke Spencer, trumpet player, Chris Holding, Shante Palmer, trombone player, Wilma Lopez, who's a trumpet player, Chris Bill, as I've said, and Jay Jennings, who's also a trumpet player. So I could put all of them up there, but it would just bore you. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to talk about the fact that we have a lot of diverse artists that work in a lot of different genres. And that's the main thing to take away from this. We also have Alliance artists, and Alliance will be brought into the Dennis Wick family as of later this month. And so this tends to be our signature range of Alliance mouthpieces. And so we have a French horn range that Emma plays. We've got Owen Farr, who developed a signature range of tenor horn mouthpieces. David Childs, who is now based in the United States in North Texas, who developed the mouthpiece for baritone and euphonium, and then Richard Marshall, who developed a signature mouthpiece for cornet in many different sizes. So let's go straight into mutes for every purpose. So I'm going to now demonstrate a couple of different things that we've got available in the mute range. We don't get that many inquiries for mutes actually in terms of what are the different uses, but I'll just very quickly go through some of those aspects just so that you're aware of it. So the first thing to bear in mind is that all of you have probably seen this mute. So this is the aluminium, the aluminum mute, but you'll notice that it's got a brass bottom on it. So these are made in just aluminium bottoms, which tend to be fine for most instances. But if you want a different color, if you want something a little bit brighter, then you might want to play on something like this. I've no idea whether the sound will distort now if I play on this, but we'll give it a try and see what happens. So that's a little bit brassier. It's brass, so it would be, than perhaps aluminium and also copper. Copper tends to be a little bit darker. So that's something to think about, particularly if you're doing some pieces that require a little bit more zing. You're looking at doing some jazzy numbers within an orchestra, so you're looking for a different sound. That's something you might want to consider. You've also got then the Dennis Wick cup mute. And the reason why this is a really popular mute is that you can take the cup off, and you can also move the cup in so that you can use it as a practice mute. When we say as a practice mute, you're closing the sound off as much as possible, and then you can use it to play quite quietly. So we have the fact that you can do that. You can then use it as a normal cup mute. Cup mutes tend to play a little bit flat. The straight aluminum mutes tend to play a little bit brighter in terms of pitch. But these are very, very good to use as a straight mute because you can take the cup all the way off, and then that can be quite economical in terms of using it as a straight mute, a cup mute, and also a practice mute. So that's why this tends to be one of our most popular mutes, available in trumpet corner as well as trombone, bass trombone, that sort of area. But we've also got a lot of other mutes. If you're looking for something a bit warmer, something mellow, then you should maybe try the wooden mutes. And that's something, again, that's great for solo playing if you're looking for contrast. So they sound a bit like this. So that's something that a lot of people might not have considered, is the range of wooden mutes that we do. We have found that going to the States now, we have to declare wooden mutes and send them separately to the metal mutes. So that's been a challenge for us, but we're getting there with that. And they are available again now in all the stores. And we have a gentleman called Rich coming on later as part of this for DF Music. And so if you need to ask specific inquiries about what stock is available and which items you should consider using and when he can deliver things, he's based in the Chicago area, then you can talk to Rich about that. The other mute that I wanted to mention is the Harman mute. We call it a Harman in the UK, but I think it's also known by various names, and you can use this as a wah-wah mute. La, la, la. La, la, la. So you can use that for many different purposes. You've got to watch the tuning on these things, and you can bring the stem out on this particular type of mute so that you can change the sound again, or you can take the stem all the way out, and some composers actually do that now, where you play without the stem. If you're looking for a basic bucket mute, then you've also got what is basically very similar to the cup from the cup mute, but it's filled in totally, and you can use that as a wah-wah mute as well. And that works really, really well, and is very flexible as a mute, and the tuning's pretty secure with that. So there's a technique involved in playing it. You need to make sure that the mute isn't fully all the way into the bell to get the correct effect, but that's something we can talk about later if it's of interest. All right, so we can also use mutes for breath control and for practicing. And so that's another thing I wanted to talk about today. Yes, mutes will change the timbre, they'll change the color of the sound, and you need to be aware of the color of the sound and what you want to produce by listening to lots of recordings and then thinking about which accessory will work for the particular purpose that you want to use it for. But then you've also got practice mutes, and practice mutes are not for practicing, actually. They are for a particular, well, they are for practicing, but a particular type of practice. They're not for playing very, very quietly if you're worried about the neighbors banging on the wall. That's not what they're for. a practice mute in particular, and you can see that the cork goes all the way around the mute, and that there's two holes either side. I don't know if you can see that there's a hole there, and there's another one the other side, and so that makes it a practice mute. And the fact that it's this color as well, we tend to try and now spray the mutes in different colors so that they're much more identifiable. But this particular mute is for breath control, for practicing low notes and opening up your glottis, the glottis being the throat muscles, if you like. And if you can open up those muscles by playing some low concert B flats or treble clef low Cs, and you do that over a period of time, you can open the sound up. And the idea was always that you should get the mute to vibrate. This was very much Dennis Wick's party trick when he did a workshop. So you put the mute in, and you try and play as loud as possible on a low concert B flat or a low C, and you try and do that till you run out of air. And once you can hear the mute vibrating, buzzing, you know you're doing it to the correct frequency, and then you're opening up the glottis muscles. Then you do it again. You take another big breath, and you do that on low range notes. It's not for playing on high range. It would only just close your throat if you did that. So it's very much for phrasing, practice, and making a bigger sound, because then when you take the mute out, let's just do a few more notes on this. The idea is then you take the mute out, and then you can play, hopefully with a bigger breath, more breath control, and a more open sound. I have no idea how that's coming over on the microphone, but hopefully it's not being distorted, but we'll find out. I'm sure you'll give me some feedback later on that. So you can use the practice mutes for breath control, for practicing and opening up the sound, and for playing some of the lower notes before the pedal range on both trumpets, cornets, tuba. There's a tuba practice mute out there that is very, very useful. They're very, very popular with tuba players now in terms of opening up their sound, getting them to breathe really deeply, a low breath when they're taking that breath in, and dropping the back of the tongue and taking a nice open breath. They work very well. And then finally, if I can find it, here it is. We have the travel mute. Now, the idea with the travel mute is that it works a little bit like a practice mute, but you'll notice that there are some gaps in the cork either side. This is a synthetic cork as opposed to the other ones that you've seen, which is actually a real cork that we import in. So the idea with this mute is that it fits flush into the bell, so you can travel with it, and you can just put it in your case, and then you don't have to take a separate bag around with you. And I very much use this for warming up. So it's not a practice mute. It's not as closed as the practice mute. Therefore, I use it more for very quiet playing in ensembles. It works very well for that. There are a couple of notes you need to be aware of in terms of tuning, but there tends to only be one note in particular on each instrument range that you need to be aware that it's slightly out of tune, whilst consistently it's very, very much better than the practice mute for tuning. You wouldn't generally use the practice mute to play in ensemble situations anyway, so that's why that's not going to be such an issue. But people do get confused with that, so it's worth mentioning. Most of the mutes are for performances other than the practice mute, and certainly the travel mute can be used for extremely quiet playing. I'll play a bit on it just so you can hear the difference. So you can play extremely quiet on that mute, and you don't get as much back pressure as you would if you were using the practice mute. So that's the travel mute, available for baritone, euphonium. We're looking at bringing out a trumpet and tuba range at some point, but realistically, I think that's going to be 2024, but certainly watch this space for that. Okay, so practice techniques. So I've talked a little bit about that. The idea of the practice mute is that it enhances your sound. You want to be careful with that because of tuning issues and also back pressure, and that you don't, if you use a practice mute all the time, your embouchure will change as a result of that. And so I would suggest that it's very good for use sparingly, as in 10 minutes minutes of an hour's practice, or every other day, so that you can build up your stamina and your projection and breathing capacity. But don't use it all the time, as I've found a lot of my students will get bruised bottom lips from changing their embouchure as a result of constantly using a practice mute. So I thought that's something to make you aware of. I'm doing well for time by the looks of it. Let's just pop this on here. Okay, so mouthpiece buzzing. This is an important part of practice techniques, really, and something to consider. You'll certainly find that your sound becomes a lot more focused if you practice on either lip buzzing or mouthpiece buzzing. But we have something called a buzz tube. So this is a buzz tube. You can use it for various instruments. I would say that if you can buzz without the mouthpiece or with a mouthpiece and not have to use the buzz tube, you can see it fits into the just like you would any instrument. And this is actually a small bore trombone mouthpiece going into a small bore buzz tube. And the idea is that you can then play on this to develop your sound. You can hear it sounds dreadful. Sometimes when you practice, it's okay for things to sound dreadful. If you're not very good at lip buzzing or mouthpiece buzzing, then actually using the buzz tube will help you on that journey to doing that, because then hopefully eventually you can get to a situation where you can buzz a little bit on the mouthpiece. And make sure that you're not pressing on too much. So you've got to make sure that your lips are still able to vibrate and the air comes through your body, so that you can then mouthpiece buzz and play a few tunes on the mouthpiece. And then when you put your mouthpiece back into the trombone or any instrument that you're using, it'll center the sound a little bit better. So that's something to think about. And the buzz tube is quite useful for that, but as is mouthpiece buzzing in general. So if you can do it through that, then that's going to be one of the most efficient ways of practicing getting a really centered, clear sound. So in terms of mouthpiece, what do you need to be aware of? I would suggest you want to try and play on the deepest mouthpiece you can. The shallow mouthpieces that are out there tend to be the ones that will have a C. So you might see a 4 and then a C or a 5C. So the shallow ones will be C mouthpieces. There's an ultra shallow mouthpiece for trumpet that is then the 5E, which is known as the screamer mouthpiece for trumpet players. So it's very, very shallow and it gets those high notes. I think what you've got to be aware of is that there is a compromise between the shallowness of a mouthpiece, in particular from say mouthpieces that are from flugelhorn size down, in particular, whilst on trumpet it doesn't seem to be as much of a problem, but it's important to be aware that you should think about the mouthpiece cup size, certainly for low brass, tuba, euphonium, trombone, baritone, tenor horn, and as deep a cup as you can play on and can manage, so that the most important thing is that you get a core, open, rich sound, but also that you can get the range. And so you'll see on low brass, particularly trombones and euphoniums and baritones, you'll see A cups and you'll see B cups. So the A cup is a deeper cup. Then you'll see the B cup tends to be a little bit more shallow, and you'll even find an AB cup as well. So the AB cups are in between an A and a B, which is confusing. And then the C is the most shallow. E is even more shallow than that. And then there's actually an X mouthpiece in certain ranges for trumpet, certainly. And there's a couple of other instruments where there's an X range, not to be confused by the Stephen Mead euphonium mouthpiece, which is an X or an XR, which is sort of the next generation of mouthpieces that he developed. So a deeper cut will give you a bigger sound, but then if you're using the air correctly and you're pushing the air through and pushing the air faster as you get higher, then you should be able to cope with high register and low register on a deep cut. But if you're finding that to be a bit of a challenge, then you should think about the B cut mouthpieces and how they work for you. But I would try and avoid the C cut mouthpiece unless you're playing lead trombone, for instance, in a jazz group, or if you're doing very, very high notes most of the time, then you can consider looking at on trombone for certain, the 7CS, the 10CS, the 12CS, but they're generally specialist jazz trombone mouthpieces for those that are playing lead or playing high range solos. And again, I can talk a little bit more of that later on if I need to. It's important with mouthpieces more, I would say, than instruments. So I'm a Michael Rath artist. I play on a Michael Rath trombone. I went on the journey of trying out all the different mouthpieces for Dennis Wick when I joined them a year ago, because I thought it's important that I know what each of the mouthpieces do. And I've certainly found, for instance, that I'll just go and grab this mouthpiece. Just give me a second. Oh, I'll need to take this off. Hang on. There we go. Sorry about that. One of the things that I've discovered, which I'm not sure other people talk about, is that we have a heavy top range of mouthpiece. Now, this, because there's more metal on the mouthpiece, does give you more projection, and certainly in ensemble playing, it's given me a full, rich sound. But when I'm playing solos, or certainly when I'm not playing in the ensemble and I'm soloing with a band or I'm doing a recital, I'll tend to use something else. And so I've got here an ultra mouthpiece, which is a euphonium mouthpiece, the 4XR, which I use for solo playing. And then I use the 4AL mouthpiece, heavy top, when I'm playing in ensembles. And I find that that's a good compromise. And I can get the two different qualities of playing that I need. So when I'm in the ensemble, making everything blend, make a dark sound. When I'm playing as a soloist, so that I can cut through the ensemble a little bit easier, I tend to use a slightly brighter mouthpiece. And so it's got a little bit more metal on it than the classic range. Just to show you the classic range, that's this. I don't know if you can see that. So there's your classic range. And of course, I should mention that you can, on this classic range, get boosters separately that you can push onto the mouthpiece, so that you could do it that way if you like. And when you're playing certain pieces, you might use a booster and then just pay for that rather than them buying a heavy top mouthpiece. I found, for instance, there's several venues in the UK, the Royal Albert Hall in London, the Symphony Hall, where I'll use a heavy top because it gives me the projection that I need and it gives me a core sound, a really beautiful sound. And then for other things, I might use the classic. I've tried the 4.5 for that, and that works well. And then for solo playing, I'll tend to use this ultra, which again is very similar to the 4AL mouthpiece. It's a little bit deeper because it's for euphonium as opposed to trombone, so it's a little bit more cup shaped as opposed to V shaped. And so that's what I would think about in terms of your different mouthpieces, and the fact that most trumpet players I know have about 10 different mouthpieces anyway for different jobs, but it's something that you can also consider. I wouldn't advise changing too often, but what you'll notice about these mouthpieces is it's actually the same size of mouthpiece. It's just that I'm using a different shape of mouthpiece blank, as it were, rather than changing the actual dimensions of the mouthpiece. So that's something to bear in mind. Okay, and I think my time's just about out. I'm going to now unshare this. Oh, I've got a couple more things I can talk about. So we've talked about differences of mouthpieces and boosters. So practice routines very quickly, and I might go on to this in the question and answer. How long should we practice for? That's going to be something that's personal to you, and it's important that you think about how much time you can spend practicing. But what I would avoid is binge practice. So there's no point practicing 6 hours on a weekend and then doing very little in the week. That is just going to tire your muscles out. You need to be doing things regularly. That's the important thing. So little often is far better than long practice sessions, and making sure that you've got a plan of action. That's going to be very useful. And then I can talk about some of these books. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the Arban, Herbert Clark books, Coprash, David Vining, Alan Vazzuti. All those books I find excellent, and they work really, really well. So that's something that you might want to consider. And as I say, I can talk a little bit more about those later. Some of the books that I would consider that you might want to think about are the Charles Collins Lip Flexibilities in both treble and bass clef, the Paul Archibald Breathe books, which are absolutely excellent. And then the next step on from those are the Claude Gordon Systematic Approach to Brass Playing. And what they do is they're really good at sort of working at stamina, working at range, working at sound quality, working at your phrasing and ability to play long phrases. And we're talking about going up to double Cs above top C, and we're talking about playing pedal range with this book. So it's a little bit kamikaze, and I would always advise having a teacher that's aware of the book that you use with it. Otherwise, if you can't do that, then I would start with the Paul Archibald books, which are available from his website, and you can just put into Google or any search engine Paul Archibald, and then his website will come up, and then you can locate his Breathe books. And I'm pretty sure they're available for free because he's so keen that people should think about these techniques in terms of playing. So there we are. There's my sort of quick whistle-top tour even. So I'll stop sharing. And hopefully then Leicester's going to let me know if there are some questions. And if not, I can just ramble on for ages anyway.
Yes, so the first question that we have for you is how do you get the black dyke position when you first started?
How did I get to the position?
Yeah.
So I played in a couple of bands before I joined Black Dyke. I joined Black Dyke when I was 26 years old. And at the age of 26, I'd already been to university and studied economics. And that's why I then went and worked in sales for a little bit. But when I was 26, I decided to go back to music college. And whilst at music college, I thought, well, I'll do a master's, a diploma, a performance diploma, then a master's. And then I went and did some classroom teaching, and eventually thought, well, I'll go and do a doctorate, because the tutors at the university suggested I should do that. And whilst moving back up to the north of England, I had the opportunity when I went to music college to then play for the band. So they basically invited me up and said, will you come and play in the band? And so I did an audition and I joined the band, and I've been there 23 years now, almost 24 years. So and I guess it's flown by because they're such a busy band. There's lots of activities that take place. And so generally to get in a band like Black Dyke, it's from references of people that I've heard other people play. And then if they haven't heard those people, then often what they'll also do is audition you. And so the bands before that, I played in a band called Williams Fairy Engineering Band, and I actually did 2 auditions for that band when I was 19, and eventually then joined the band after those 2 auditions, and really had to insist on it. I just kept pestering the band until they would allow me in, but that's what I did, and then that built my reputation as a player and as a soloist. There we go. Next question then, please.
Okay, our next question is, what piece do you think best incorporates mutes and best stylizes them in your opinion?
That's a really easy question, but it's a bit of a lazy response, this. But I'm going out to the International Trombone Festival. I leave tomorrow, but I'm going to the States and spending some time in New York and then Columbus. But then when I'm in Salt Lake City at the ITF this year, I'm playing a piece of music that actually demonstrates all those different mutes, and it wasn't on purpose. It just happened to be that the composer, who's called Philip Wilby, and that composer has put in a lot of different mute changes. And so one of the movements is mellow. So the mellow mute option, I'm using the wooden mute, and then an awful lot of it uses the Harmon mute, and I've got a lot of wah-wah effects in that. So I'm using that. I could use the plunger mute, but I find that because I've got to play very, very loud in places and then very, very quiet, the Harmon mute allows me to do the contrast with that. And then there's a couple of bits where I've got to use a normal aluminium mute, a straight mute. And then there's one bit where I use cut mutes for a mellow section in one of the slow movements. So that's a great piece for me to exploit all the different mute sounds that are available. And as I said, it was written before I joined Dennis Wick, and just happened to be the piece that I'm playing at the ITF, and it's going to be perfect for that. But I'll use straight mutes for when I need something bright, and I'll use cut mutes when I need something a little bit more mellow.
How do you think one should find the correct mouthpiece size? And how do you know when a mouthpiece is too big or too small for you?
That is difficult, and there's going to be trial and error with that. But if you think about it, a lot of brass players out there, you would have started on cornet or trumpet, one of the smaller instruments, and the reason for that is that that's what's available often. A lot of the artists I talk to at Dennis Wick, I say, how did you end up on tuba? It was the last thing available. How did you end up on euphonium? It was the last instrument in the cupboard. So there is that aspect, but there's also the fact that because of, for instance, and I know this is a bitter pill to swallow, but if you're slightly bigger, then a tuba is going to work better for you. But that's not always the case, because there, of course, are now Yamaha tubas, mini tubas, that can work in that instance. What I found in schools as people practice instruments and get introduced to playing, or whether they go to their community band, then it's a matter of scarcity of instruments. So if there's only a couple of trumpets available and there's a euphonium and there's a trombone, then those instruments will get allocated to people where they can go away and they can practice them straight away. So if somebody's a little bit taller than everybody else, they'll probably stick them on trombone because they can reach 7th position with their arm. If they're a little bit bigger physically, they can pick up a tuba, they're probably going to put them on tuba. If they're a little bit smaller then, or they're of average height for their age, they might end up on French horn or tenor horn or baritone, and then you've got the trumpet players. So what does tend to happen though with some people is that they'll start on trumpet and they'll migrate to a larger instrument, and they might end up then on a baritone or euphonium or trombone, and then eventually a tuba. And so the reason for that could be teeth structure. It could be the size of their lips. It can make a big difference in terms of the comfort that they get by playing different mouthpieces. And that's not to say that that's always the case. There are a lot of exceptions to the rule. And you'd expect me to say this, but most people are going to become proficient on their instrument if they practice it regularly and they work on their instrument. But teachers are great, and musical directors in school bands and on band programs are going to be absolutely the people to talk to about, is this the right instrument for me? Listen to me play, watch what I do. Should I be on a bigger instrument? Should I be on a smaller instrument? And in most cases, it is a bit of trial and error, but often the band directors and the teachers are going to be very, very helpful in terms of saying, yeah, you should try this. You would expect me to say this, but it is absolutely the case. Whenever I go around various schools, high schools, so in the UK, we're talking of people of the age of, say, 7 to 11. That would be our primary schools, and then they get given instruments there, and the mouthpieces are generally dreadful. So what we always advise is that they then invest in a mouthpiece, even if they're given an instrument or the instrument isn't very good. If the mouthpiece is working and is on the deep side and is giving a good sound, that's going to be far better than starting off on a good instrument. And then as they progress, they can obviously look at trying different instruments and going down that road. But getting a good mouthpiece is really, really important to start on that journey and to find out what the capabilities are of young players and how they can progress. So ask your teacher, ask your band director, ask the Dennis Wick website. If you're not sure, we get lots and lots of questions coming through, and I personally answer all those questions on the website at present. So it's always questions about what mouthpiece should I play on? I'm currently playing on this. It's not working for me. Should I go bigger? Should I go smaller? What do you advise? And in some cases, you need a consultation with these people because it's difficult to guide them if you've not seen them play, etc. But actually a lot of the questions are quite straightforward, and it's just that they're playing on the wrong mouthpiece for that particular instrument, or they'll say, well, this mouthpiece doesn't fit into this instrument. Why is that the case? Because you've got medium bore trombones and large bore trombones, and you've got baritone shanks, and you've got medium shank euphoniums, and often it's just that they've ended up with the wrong mouthpiece for that particular instrument, and so it's just a matter of guiding them towards the right one. Hope that helps, Matthew.
So next question we have here are, how many mouthpieces do you own?
Well, there's a difference between how many mouthpieces I own and how many mouthpieces I have in my house. There are a lot of mouthpieces in my house. I don't know if you won't be able to see this because I've set up on the screen. I've got boxes and boxes down here of mouthpieces that are sometimes prototypes, sometimes they're discontinued stock, sometimes they're reject stock. They've got a couple of scratches on the shank, so we can't sell them as brand new, but they're fine for demos, things like that. Personally, how many do I own? I've got one, two. I'll tell you which ones I've got. I've got an Alliance mouthpiece, which is the Dennis Wick brand. I've got an Ultra mouthpiece, which is Dennis Wick. I've got a Heavy Top, which is Dennis Wick. I've got 2 Michael Rath mouthpieces, and I've got a classic mouthpiece for my alto trombone. So I guess how many is that? It's about 5 or 6 that I've got. So probably too many. But that said, I'm not as bad as some people. There's a lot of certainly trumpet players I know that would easily have 20 mouthpieces for playing piccolo trumpet, playing B flat, C. They tend to change mouthpieces quite a bit. So I'm certainly not as bad as most, I think. And I am one of these people that's a bit of a creature of habit. So the mouthpiece that I started on was a Vincent Bach 4G many years ago, and really I'm on the same sort of thing. The 4AL is similar, the 4BL is probably identical to a 4G, and so I've not really altered much from that 4G that I was playing on when I was 14 years old. So I do tend to be a bit of a creature of habit, and I even have a mouthpiece that was made especially for me that is the same rim size as a 4AL, but then it goes right down into a small shank so that I can put it into a sack butt, and it works really well. So actually I've got 7 mouthpieces. I missed one out. So that's how many mouthpieces I've got.
Yeah, what mute, in your opinion, do you think makes like the most beautiful sound? And what mute do you think is the most useful playing in a brass band?
Yeah, okay. Well, I would say that that's in the hands of the player, because you can make a beautiful sound if you think about making a beautiful sound. I would say that the mutes can enhance that. They can help create different atmospheres and different sounds, but it's the person that's playing that's going to create a beautiful sound. I actually really like the brass bottom mute. It is a bit zingy, but I think in the right circumstances I really like the sound, and that it works very well. So if I'm playing some film music, that is really good for that. I also though really like the wooden mute, just because it's got a mellow sound, and I just really like the purity of that, and the haunting sound that it makes if you're playing something slow. So those are the ones that I would use. The most versatile mutes obviously are going to be the cut mute, because I can use the same mute for different things, and then the Harman mute, because I've got several different sound timbres that I can use by either putting my hand over the airstream, or I can take the stem all the way out and just use it differently. So I really like those in terms of versatility, but I think probably my favorite is the brass bottom mute at the moment. And then there was another part of that question. What was the other part of that question, Matthew?
I think I answered both parts. Just what mute do you
think?
think?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Good.
So, why don't you tell us a little bit about the woodwind products Dennis Wick offers?
The thing is about the wooden mutes is that they are made, well, all the mutes are made by hand, but they don't actually cut out a size with the wooden mutes. They're all made individually, and they all work really well from the point of view of they're handmade, and they're made for particular tenor trombones, or a baritone, or a euphonium, or a tuba. And we're even looking at different sized tuba mutes, because all the tubas are of different bells. So we're looking at all that sort of thing. And so that's something that we've really had to consider. And so we can pretty much make this in any shape we like. So whereas the straight mutes, because it's metal, it's not very flexible. With wood, it's a lot more flexible. So we can use that, and we can change it slightly. So if somebody says, oh, well, I need something for alto trombone, then we can make an alto trombone mute. If they say they need a bass trombone mute, and they've got an 18-inch bell instead of a 14-inch bell, 11-inch bell, then we can look at that. And so I guess I would counter with that argument that actually we're not doing much development work at the moment just because we cannot keep up with demand currently, which is a great problem to have. But we're looking to do some more development work as we go forward. But that development work is going to have to wait a little bit as we just make sure that we satisfy demand, because the most important thing is that we can get current product to our customers as soon as possible. So that's what we're looking at doing at the moment. That said, we are developing a bass trombone ultra mouthpiece, and we're getting pretty far down the line with that. We've had some exciting developments there, and we are looking at the travel mute range for tuba and trumpet, and we're doing quite well with that. Things went on hold round about January this year, just so that we could focus on, rather than any research and development, making sure that we just put all hands on deck for getting product at the door. And so that's what we've done for the last 6 months, and we are seeing the results of that now in terms of the various products now going out to shops and dealers. So we're starting to satisfy demand, which is a good position to be in. So there we are. That's it about the wooden mutes. And as I say, we do tend to make those to order.
Absolutely. So one of the main problems you'll have in marching band is cold mouthpieces. Do you guys offer plastic mouthpieces? And how do you think someone could deal with the issue of a cold mouthpiece?
You're absolutely right, Matthew. What people tend to do is, if they're in cold weather, if they're playing carols over in the UK and it's freezing cold, they tend to use a plastic mouthpiece. But the other thing to bear in mind is that you do have now some mouthpieces that have plastic rims or nylon rims. We're experimenting with different plating, but it's not for the reason of having a cold mouthpiece. And I think it is something to be very, very careful of, in that metal, if it's in freezing temperatures and then you put it on your lips, you are going to take the skin off your lips if you're not careful. It happened to my sister when we were playing carols, and she ended up having to give up playing as a result of it because it was so bad. But it is very important. If you've got very cold weather and you need to play and you need to march, I would suggest you put the mouthpiece in your pocket so you keep it warm, and then you put it into the instrument and you play it. And then when you're not playing, you put it back in your pocket. That is the best thing to do. Plastic mouthpieces are okay in certain instances, but they won't make as good a sound as the metal mouthpieces. They just don't. I would advise, if you've got a plastic instrument, you put a metal mouthpiece into that plastic instrument. It will give you a better sound. And so that is the way I would get around it. Keep the mouthpiece in your pocket. If you're playing outdoors, you could say, well, you don't have to make as good a sound outdoors. But actually, it's more important that you focus on making a good sound outdoors, because you're always going to be listened to. That's the point. You're a musician, you're a brass player, you want to be heard. And so you want to make as good a sound as you can. So if you've got a metal mouthpiece to do that, great. And most of them are therefore brass. But what we are experimenting with these days is different platings. And so we're making progress in that, and we're looking at that from the point of view of allergens, and the fact that some people aren't very comfortable using silver in particular, but also in some cases, if they've got a severe allergy, it could be gold, and they have a reaction to that, and their lips either swell up a little bit or their lips will go red as a result of using it. So we're looking at different coatings of anti-allergens, and that's very exciting for us to look at that aspect. The answer is to go down the road of plastic rims, but what we find with that is that it can be very inconsistent. So if we do it this way, we find that should solve that problem. And as I said, if you need to buy a plastic mouthpiece because it's of the freezing cold issue, then consider maybe keeping that mouthpiece warm. Hopefully that'll help, Matthew.
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think we're going to end on the last question. What is your favorite part about being in a brass band, and how do you think it's improved your skills as a trombonist relative to being in like an orchestra or a regular band?
Yeah, it's in some cases it's difficult to know what would have happened, but so at university and also at music college, I played in an orchestra, I played in the concert band, the wind bands, and I do a lot of quartet playing. And as well as trombone quartet playing, I also have a six-piece ensemble. So I would argue that the six piece has helped me, and the trombone quartet has very much helped me with stamina playing. I think what I like about playing in the brass band, and the reason that I was drawn to that, even though that's where I started out, and a lot of people will start out in the UK in a brass band, but then end up in an orchestra or a wind band. But I think the reason I stuck at it is that it's a very interesting part. And I'm a sort of person that gets bored very, very quickly. And so because I get bored very, very quickly, I have to sit there and read parts and not do any playing because I've got 200 bars rest, and then I have to come in and play 3 notes at fortissimo at the end of a piece, which happens. Then that's not my idea of any fun. So even though some of the best pieces for trombone are orchestral, and I've played them and I love playing them, I do find I've got a very short concentration span. So if I can be doing things and I'm active all the time, then that's better for me. And so brass bands having a variety of different types of music that they play, because there's no such thing really as a brass band genre. What we do is we entertain audiences by playing lots of different types of music. So whether it be film music, jazz, orchestral transcriptions, and then new music for brass band, because there's a lot of test pieces out there. So we play a number of those. So there's at least 4 different types of music that we play on any concert. And then sometimes it can be as much as 6 different types of styles of playing in a concert. And I guess the other thing is that I wouldn't get many opportunities playing in an orchestra to play a solo. And yet in the brass band scenario, I'll be up on my feet playing a solo every weekend. And maybe I'm just a bit egotistical, who knows? But I do enjoy playing solos with bands, and I enjoy guesting with bands and playing solos. So that aspect of it is important to me, and it's something I really enjoy. So I guess that's why the brass band scenario is a good one for me, and it's also allowed me to have a bit of a niche. So when I go to the ITA festivals, I can basically be somebody that's a little bit different to everybody else. I don't fit into the jazz category. I don't fit into the classical category. They describe me as a commercial musician because they don't know what to call me really, and I'm not a commercial musician, but I guess I am flexible in that I can play in lots of different styles. So I guess that's where it fits. So I do love playing music from the Baroque period, and I also like playing music from the American Civil War period, the Arthur Pryor solos and the Leo Zimmermans. And when I'm over in the States in a couple of weeks, I leave tomorrow, I'll be doing some of those pieces just to sort of demonstrate the differences between the UK pieces that are on offer and the pieces from America that were often written by UK composers, but then they moved to America and they composed then some music for wind band in the United States. So I'm in the brass band rather than an orchestra because I'm easily bored, I think, in summary.
That's a great answer. Hi, are there any upcoming projects or like performances you're pretty excited about?
I'm very excited about doing the Philip Wilby piece in a couple of weeks at the ITF. That should be great. And I'm doing that for the first time with a double quintet, they're calling it. So it's for this particular double quintet, it's actually a 10-piece accompaniment. But in the past, I've done it with wind band, and I've played it with brass band, but this is going to be the first ever version with a 10-piece ensemble. So that's exciting. I'm excited to see a lot of people that I've not seen for a couple of years, because this is my first outing to the States since COVID. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing all my colleagues out there. I just finished a quite a big project doing a concert this weekend actually with a band, but then I've got a project where I'm doing significant solos for trombone and brass band. It includes pieces like the Derek Bourgeois concerto, which is a staple and a rather important piece for trombone players. So I'm going to be playing that at the end of the year with a band and recording it, as well as the Philip Wilby piece that I'm premiering in a couple of weeks. So I'm excited about that. There's some pieces that should work out really well for me, and I'll be exciting at recording those full-scale works for trombone.
That's great. And like, how does a brass band go about selecting pieces? Right, I know like orchestras and wind bands have things written for them, but I don't think there's that much like repertoire for brass band.
There is a phenomenal amount of music now. There wasn't If I was to go back to the 1980s, but that's even that now, that's 40 years ago. So I would say 40 years ago, not much music at all. These days, brass bands are commissioning new pieces all the time. And yes, there's a lot of what you'd call test pieces, contest pieces that are commissioned and then written. And there's at least 4, maybe in some cases 6 competitions in some countries per year. Some countries only have 1 competition a year, others would have up to 6. If you imagine that each of those competitions, if there's an own choice set work or an own choice piece and a set work, then they would have to get a piece commissioned by a composer to then go and play. And the Europeans, which is a brass band competition that takes place every year, nearly every band that qualifies for that competition, then there's normally about 11 or 12 bands, they'll all get a piece written. So each year there's at least 10 or so. Some people might play a piece from previous years, but at least 8 to 10 pieces being written every year for that competition. And that's just one aspect. There are then concert entertainment competitions as well. So people will write music arrangements and original compositions for that. And so there are several of those big festivals. There's one in Stavanger, there's one in the Newcastle area of the UK. So there you've got normally 10 or 12 bands also competing, and so new music being written for those. And so there's lots and lots of new music. I would think that because there's more wind bands in the States than brass bands in the UK, it's easy to think, oh, well, there's more wind band music available. But actually, if you think about the fact that there's, say, I don't know, what is it now, 270, 280 million people in the United States, and then 70 million people in the UK. So there's a lot more people that are going to be playing brass instruments in the USA. Therefore, there's going to be more wind bands. Therefore, there's going to be more commissions than there would in the UK. But certainly there's plenty of music to go around now, which wouldn't have been the case, say, 40 years ago.
I thought a lot of them were just adaptations of wind band pieces.
Some are. So there's absolutely, that is the case, but there are other pieces. So for instance, if you think about 7 Suites or Gustav Holst, what's the piece by Gustav Holst, which was written for brass band first and then for orchestra and wind band. So there are some pieces which transfer over. But you're right, there are quite a number of wind band pieces that will transcribe really well for brass band, and then vice versa. But no, there's a lot of compositions out there. There's some quite famous wind band composers now writing for brass band. So you've got your Philip Spark, you've got your Phil Wilby, you've got your Johan de May, Tom de Voren, to name but a few people that are writing both wind band and brass band pieces.
Yeah, I think I went a bit over time. So that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much. Can you tell them where to get your products?
Absolutely. So the way we work is we do not sell directly. So what happens is that we have a distributor network. In the United States, it's through St. Louis Music, and then there are hundreds and hundreds of stores that are associated with St. Louis Music. So in your area, you will definitely have any company that sells musical instruments is likely to sell Dennis Witt products. So I'd be very surprised if they don't. So any of your local music stores are likely to sell Dennis Witt products or have access to them. So it's very easy to get hold of our products. And that's the way I would do it. And if you have trouble with that, then just contact us via the website, and I can always send you some information on whoever your local dealer is. I'm always happy to do that. So that's how to get hold of our products. It's through our distributor, St. Louis, and then you'll be talking to DF Music, Rich, after Dave Thornton's class. So when you do that, talk to Rich, because he's a local dealer in the Chicago area. And he would be able to make you aware of how you can get products from lots of, he will know of all the other stores in, for instance, California, Pacific Time, New York, and the East Coast. He'll know those people. So for instance, I know of Dylan in the New York area, DF Music in Chicago, and then there'll be another company on the West Coast that that you can use if that's basically what you're looking for. Thank you for your time, folks. Thank you for organising this, to Lester and Matthew. Congratulations on a really good festival, and I wish you luck in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So
I'll I'll come out of this now so that you can get Dave Thornton in. So
Yeah,
I hope
Dave,
it goes well, Dave, and well done, Lester. Thanks for all your help, and keep up the good work, and I'll catch up with you soon.
Well, hi everybody. My name is David Thornton, and I'm here in the UK. Of course, I'm not entirely sure who I'm talking to in this format, but I hope there's lots of you there listening from wherever you are in the world. It's a real pleasure to be part of this International Low Brass Festival. So thank you to Lester and the team for the invite. And I hope we're going to have an informative hour together. This is a little chat titled Critical Listening and how it can inform our practice and interpretive skills. So first of all, a little introduction from me. My name is David Thornton. I'm at the, I work at the Royal Northern College of Music in Manchester, where I'm Director of Brass Band Studies. I'm also the Artistic Director of our International Brass Band Festival there. I also represent Dennis Wick products, use their mouthpieces and mutes, and I'm a euphonium player as well, and I represent Geneva Musical Instruments and play on one of their lovely euphoniums. But I'm not going to be playing today, well, unless it goes in that direction, but I'm going to be chatting as we've already said. So today we're going to be thinking about the skill of listening in a systematically critical and effective way. Good listening is the key to any musical activity, be it through instrumental performance, conducting, teaching, adjudicating, and everything else. I believe the more we improve and train our ear to hear in a methodical way, the better musician we become. It can improve the efficiency of our personal practice, improve our rehearsal technique, even improve concentration and focus. Now, let me give you a couple of logistical things before I go on. Later on, it might be useful if you've got a pen and a piece of paper, just to make a few notes about a couple of audio clips that we're going to listen to, hopefully in quite a critical, informed way. And also, there might be a chance to ask some questions about anything that I'm saying at the end of the session in about 40 minutes' time. And so I know Lester's got various avenues for you to do that. So if you ask them, if you want to type them in or whatever it is during the session, then hopefully I'll get a chance to answer those. Okay, so I'm actually going to share my screen here. Hopefully this works. It did earlier on. Hopefully you can all see that. There we go. So there's a quote there from French philosopher Roland Barthes characterized the distinction between listening and hearing. And he said, hearing is a physiological phenomenon. Listening is a psychological act. Hearing is a physiological phenomenon. Listening is a psychological act. Let's explore what he's going on about a little bit more there. Just move my screen above here. So active listening, let's explore that. How good are we at listening, and how do we use that skill in our musical activities? We're always hearing, most of the time subconsciously, of course, or without thinking about it, whether it be to a conversation in the distance or some background music being played in a shop. We're always hearing, of course. Now, active listening is very different to this and is done by purposeful choice. Focused listening is an instant, this is an important sentence here actually. Focused listening is an instant investigation of what we hear in order to understand and potentially make meaning of what we've just heard. And I wrote all of that down to make sure I got it word for word. I'll say it again. Focused listening is the instant investigation of what we hear in order to understand and potentially make meaning of what we've just heard. This is done when we listen to a teacher in a class or a conductor in a rehearsal. Hopefully you're listening to your conductors, or when we listen to a musical performance with a need to compare it to another as part of the learning process. So I guess my first real question to everybody listening is, when you experience music, are you hearing or are you actively listening to it? Remember those the definitions with the difference between the two. Sure, if you're in the supermarket or you're in a lift or whatever, it's in the background, then you're hearing it. But is there a difference between listening to music simply for the pleasure of the experience and listening to music to evaluate and form an opinion? And I think there definitely is, and that's the area we're looking to investigate here. So here are some ideas to define effective active listening, and we'll go through them, and I'll talk about them a little bit as we reveal them. Okay, active listening is listening to what someone is saying and attempting to understand what is being said. I'll read these out first of all. The listener is attentive and non-interrupting. An active listener analyzes what the speaker is saying for hidden messages and meanings contained within the verbal communication. An active listener looks for non-verbal messages from the speaker in order to indicate the full meaning of what is being said. With active listening, a person must be willing to hear what someone is saying and the intent to try and understand what the meaning of the other person has said. Being an active listener means that you have the possibility to become a more effective listener over time, and your leadership skills will strengthen. So what I've done here is I've kind of interpreted those and put them into a musical context on the other side of the screen. So let's see what it says here. So you can see in red, active listening is listening to a performance and attempting to value its proficiency and understand the expressive journey being portrayed. This is very wordy at the moment, but we're going to give some practical examples in a second. Next one, the listener is not distracted and listens to the full performance, start to finish, not distracted. So no Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or Instagram or whatever, but the performance needs to capture your full attention. That's really important, start to finish. The listener analyzes the performance for expressive nuance, possibly driven by indications from the composer, either direct or implied. We're going to talk about the various expressive nuances that we might look for in a second. The active listener looks for non-oral communications, body language, eye contact that may enhance the expressive content of the performance. Okay, so the things the performer is doing outside of how they sound. With active listening, a person must be willing to hear a performance without expectation of standard or interpretation and try to understand and value the nature of the performance from a fresh outlook. And then finally here, being an active listener means that you have the possibility to become a more effective listener over time. Well, this is basically the same, isn't it? And your leadership, teaching, musicianship skills will strengthen. Listening is the most important thing we can do as musicians. I have no doubt about that. And the better we are at listening, the better we are as a musician. So what we're going to do, again, if I just alter my screen. This kind of listening comes into play in all kinds of areas within the musical world, the most obvious being adjudication, I suppose, but it's also key for conductors when both rehearsing and performing. It's a key part of teaching. It's very important when we're individually practicing our instruments for all kinds of parts of the development process. So we're going to put this into action now. Listen to a few musical extracts with an active, focused ear. It's worth saying for this section, I'm only really looking at musical and expressive aspects of these performances at the moment. I'm not particularly looking for technical strengths or weaknesses, though that does, of course, come into the process at some point. Of course it does. I wanted to give you some examples of musical aspects that we might listen for. So if I go over the page here, I know this is a brass festival, low brass festival, in fact, but shamefully, my first excerpt here is a violinist. Would you believe it? We're going to listen to a guy called Maxim Vengerov, very famous violinist, conducted by Daniel Barenboim here, playing literally the first 2 minutes of the Sibelius Violin Concerto. Okay. All these recordings, by the way, are on YouTube, so they're not particular ones. Let's listen to it first, and then we'll have a quick chat. Here we go. horns enter. Okay, so that's the little excerpt that we're going to listen to. Now, I'm going to point out some things that may be really blatantly obvious to some people, maybe not to some others. So what do we listen to there? There are 4 phrases of kind of repeated material that gain intensity. Bam, ba-dum, 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 that phrase. And it gradually goes up in pitch, but it just doesn't gain intensity because it goes up in pitch. He also changes the articulation. He changes the dynamic. He changes the intensity of the tone that he's using. So we're going to listen to that again, and you'll be able to hear that as he goes through that that kind of sequence of 4 repeated phrases or very similar phrases. And then there are 2 phrases that go, first of all, slightly more lyrical, and then much more lyrical. So I want you to think about, how does he achieve that? Is it through the vibrato? Is it through a relaxation of tempo? Also, there are some physical things going on, facial expressions. There's a lot happens in this 2 minutes. I've put, by the way, on the right-hand side of your screen, some of these artistic nuances that we might be thinking about: choices of tempo, phrasing, dynamic contour, use of rubato, varied and expressive articulation, use of vibrato, a varying intensity of tone color. That's not an exhaustive list. We could go on and sure find some more, but it gives us a bit of a start. Let's just listen to that again and hear these 4 phrases, and then the lyricism come through. I'm going to talk over the top as well, so sorry about that. So I hope you can hear me as he's playing. Here's the first phrase. And then it lifts. Here's the second phrase. And the third, more intense. You can see the body language is getting more intense too. And then the fourth. And then a slight relaxation. And then a real relaxation there. Here, lyrical. And there the horns are again. Okay, so I'm sorry for narrating over the top of that and disturbing that wonderful performance. But I'm obviously you can see the kind of things that I'm trying to point out. Let's go over the page and listen to something else. Do something similar. We're now going to listen to a singer, a lady called Maria Callas, one of my favorite singers, since she's going to sing us a little bit of Puccini from Tosca Visitata. And what I've done here, I've got again some information on the page for you. You've got translation of the text on the left-hand side of your screen underneath the video box, and then the actual notes. So as we go through, we're going to point out a couple of things. If you remember that list on the previous page, what we're listening for here is particularly her use of vibrato. Now, sometimes we think, well, it's opera, you know, there's going to be stacks of vibrato. Actually, Maria Callas really varies her vibrato more than you might think. So we're going to listen for that. The use of rubato backwards and forwards, and dramatic poise, dynamics, and again, articulation, which of course is naturally there through words. Let's have a listen. Again, it's only about 2 minutes long. Amazing. Amazing singing. What a voice. Hey, what a voice. So powerful and so emotional. So let's do something that's perhaps in a way not needed, but for the purposes of this chat, it is. Let's think about, first of all, her use of rubato. So what I'm going to do for the first couple of phrases is put the recording on for the first two lines of the piece. I'm going to count the quavers of the bar over the top. By the way, if anybody's listening with perfect pitch, you'll notice that the pitches on the page are not the ones that she's singing. It's in a different key. I think this is at euphonium pitch, so I apologize for that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to count the quavers 1, 2, 3, 4 over each bar, because when you listen there, actually her use of rubato is so natural. You barely notice it's happening, but actually it's very extreme. It's really more extreme than. So let's investigate that first of all. Let's put it on from the beginning. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, etc. Okay, so much that it's actually quite difficult to kind of find the pulse there. Opera conductors are always fantastic for that, aren't they? Following singers, but you don't appreciate how much variation in tempo there is to start with. And that's something I always talk to my students about, is when we're working on rubato and that natural sense of ebb and flow, that natural sense of backwards and forwards, that more often than not, a performer will do it less, will do it in a very, very subtle way that's barely even noticeable. If you do it in a natural, appropriate way, just like is happening here, then actually it really does suit the music. Of course, there's always musical context, but anyway, so that's that. Let's think about vibrato for a second. So if we go right to the end of the last couple of lines, I don't know if you can see my cursor, my pointer on the screen here, but as she sails up to this high note, it gets onto the B flat here, and then the A natural, Actually, of course, at the top note, the vibrato is at its absolute peak. It's fast, it's quite wide, and you'd be easy to think that, well, it's fast and it's quite wide all the way through that. But actually, if you listen to the B flat and the A, it calms down. It almost stops entirely. And then if we listen to the very last note again, it starts quite fast. And as the note dissipates, as the note comes to rest, the vibrato almost entirely disappears. Okay, so let's have a listen to that. I'll go somewhere near the end. Did you hear that? The way it changed as she went through those three notes, and therefore the intensity of the music changed totally as well. Let's listen to the last note. Yeah, so there's a lot going on there, isn't there? Okay, and it's to listen to it in that way. Of course, maybe it's not quite as artistically enjoyable, but we're learning much more from the artist that is Maria Callas. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Again, not a low brass player, but it is a brass player. So we're going to listen to Tina Ting-Helseth, Norwegian trumpet player, amazing artist, and she's going to play us a little bit of the Haydn Trumpet Concerto. That's allowed in a low brass festival. Again, let's hang on. Let's talk about this. Save a little bit of time. Be efficient here. What are we listening for? We're listening for her varied articulation. She changes the tone very, very sweetly. She's being creative and imaginative with the dynamics. A lot of what needs to come out of our instruments as both soloist and ensemble players actually is definitely not notated on the music. I think most of you will know that already, but it comes from expressive imagination and reactive listening to the musicians around us, a certain amount of musical experience and presumably instinct as well. Okay, let's have a listen. Not going to quite start it at the beginning. There we go. Oh, didn't start it at all. Okay, so it's a shame to stop it so quickly, but again, there's lots going on here. Okay, so there's a very proud beginning, bom, 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 and then the choice of articulation kind of bounces the quavers, bom, 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 bom. These are all obvious things, and actually, in this edition that I've chosen to put on the page here for you, it's notated like this, and of course, la da dee da dum is smooth, but there's also the chosen to crescendo up to the F and away down to the C. Okay, in bar 42, the semiquavers is a crescendo up, and then by the time we come out of the trill in the next bar, again we've come down in dynamic. So there's the ebb and flow up and down of dynamic curiosity all the time. You look at the next bar, so what's that on my page? That's 43, 44, 45. La da 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 ba bum. That bar there. Actually, what she does is she starts quietly crescendos into the bar line on the A, and then diminuendos as she goes up to the arpeggio. Again, something similar in bar 47. La da 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 da. She crescendos down the chromatic scale, and then leaves the phrase a little bit less. The next bar, 49, looks like a fanfare. She plays it like a fanfare. And then when we come into this piano phrase, coming in beautifully on that high A, she totally changes the intensity of the tone. So the articulation is different, but also the core intensity of the tone changes at that point as well. So much going on here. That's why recordings like this is so engaging. Let's listen to all that again. I'm kind of pulling it to bits, and it in a way takes the enjoyment out listening to it. But there we go. Let's put it on. So strong, bounce, smooth, crescendo up and down. So I hope you're catching all of these dynamics. That diminuendo, she came out of the trill. And listen to these next few phrases. I'll just put it back 2 seconds. Listen to these next few phrases. Crescendo in and then diminuendo out. Diminuendo starts quietly. Fanfare. And actually, I think the tempo slightly relaxes there as well, doesn't it? Only tiny bit. And then through these chromatic sections, it just gains it back. Orchestra answer. And then we're back to tempo. Etc. Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant playing, isn't it? Let's just listen to these next few phrases. Back to tempo. Let's just listen to that G there as well. There's a lovely kind of development of the sound as she goes through that long G. Let's just go back 2 seconds and listen to that. Listen to this long G. Good. And again, let's listen to this phrase here. Excuse my awful singing. The F sharp is a tension note, and the G relaxes. D sharp tension, E relax. C sharp tension, D relax. B tension, C relax, etc. And that comes through in the tone all the way. Beautiful. And all the time, of course, you're also getting this sense of space, even though we're slightly messing with tempo. Messing is the wrong word, of course. Being imaginative, creative with tempo. We're being creative with the articulation. We're being creative with phrasing, the dynamic contour. Did I say articulation already? I think I did. And the intensity of the tone color. Just in 5 or 6 lines there, Tina Ting Helseth is using almost all of the expressive nuances that we've got listed here. Right, let's move on. There we go. Right, so now we've kind of some knowledge installed, and before we do some actual kind of comparative listening, all right, as if we were on a judging panel, if you like, I'd like to listen to 2 more solo performances. This time it's going to be of the same piece of music. And so why do we do this? Well, we would do this if we were on an adjudication panel, if we were a part of a competition. But often we can do this to a piece of music that we're studying to decide what we like, what we don't like. I think that's a very important part of our development of our musical character, our musical instincts, is to listen and learn from others, decide what we do like and what we don't like. they are very difficult to compare these two performances because actually they're both fantastic. And just a really quick story about this. I remember one of my first adjudication jobs was in Switzerland with a gentleman much more senior and much more experienced than me. In fact, two gentlemen. One was called Jeff Whitten and another called James Scott. This is probably, 15, 20 years ago now. And I remember Jeff Whitten. For anybody that's got any kind of knowledge or experience of UK brass bands, you'll know those names. I remember Jeff Whitten was a fantastic character, saying to me, sometimes the job is to compare a Ferrari with a Bentley. And however hard, there is always something that will sway you towards one way or another. And that's tricky. All right, so that's exactly what we're going to do now. Actually, we're going to listen to two of my favorite cornet players play a traditional piece of music called what's it called? Pandora, I think it's called. No, Cleopatra. I apologize. Cleopatra. It's a traditional cornet polka. And I'm not going to kind of analyze these performances out loud, but I will tell you after we finish which one I prefer and why. And I'd like you to kind of make some ideas as well. It's just a bit of fun in a way, but I do want you to listen with an expressively critical ear. For instance, do you like the tempo? How does it compare? Maybe articulation, or maybe the vibrato is different. How excited does it make you feel? And so on. Now, of course, before you listen, some of you may have an idea or thought who might be your choice. These two cornet players, by the way, one is Roger Webster. Anybody that knows anything about UK brass band cornet players, Roger Webster, and the other one is going to be James Shepherd. Even though you might have a predetermined favorite here, maybe some of you have never heard these artists at all before, but some of you might, and you might have a predetermined favorite. Remember, right at the beginning, we said we've got to listen with an open mind straight away. We must not have predetermined favorites. Listen with an unbiased ear, make your decision on purely what you hear at this moment and this moment only. It's quite an important way to go. Let's have a listen to the first extract. I'm just going to put the first, again, I've got the music on the screen. There's a little cadenza introduction first. Here we go. Sorry, forgot I was muted. Okay, I'd love to have time to play these full performances. They're all on YouTube if you search for Roger Webster and Cleopatra, if you want to hear the full thing. Okay, a very young Roger Webster. I think that's during the 1980s. Let's just try and get to the next slide. There we go. And here, this is a recording of James Shepherd, who unfortunately passed away just a couple of weeks ago. But a great artist. Right, I'm going to start this in a similar kind of place. So this is a couple of minutes into the performance. We'll hear the introduction and the cadenza again. Okay, so there we are, Roger Webster and James Shepherd. So again, have a think about what you're listening for. Do the tempos change? Is the vibrato different? Are they playing with dynamics? Were those the kind of things that you were thinking about? I've listened to these two recordings a lot, and I'm very familiar with both of these artists. If you've not heard these artists before, please look them up: Roger Webster and James Shepherd. I keep changing my mind, actually, and as I said right at the beginning, this really is comparing a Ferrari with a Bentley. I think I prefer the James Shepherd one, the second one we listened to. Why? I think the cadenza right at the beginning is a little bit more playful, plays with the dynamics. There's a little echo in there, and then when he goes up to that high C, it's so strong and full of impact. And there's just a kind of delicacy to the polka, the music that we see on the screen. The articulation, it's incredibly fast triple tone, that, isn't it? But wow, it still feels so light, and just kind of rolls along, doesn't it? Okay, so we're speaking quite artistically there, but of course, as I said, these are the decisions we try and make when we're developing our own performances. Okay, so actually we're going to do a little UK brass band, seeing as that's my background and that's where I'm from. We're going to do a little UK brass band adjudication together. There's an event actually that's not long ago every year in this country called the Whit Friday March Contest. It's held in the north of England, and there are literally hundreds of bands that travel around a series of around 20 different march contests, each march contest held in each of the villages in this area of England. And the bands get on a coach and they go to one contest and they go to the next contest and they play and they march and they play and they're judged and they're going to get back on the coach. And at the end of the night, however many contests they're performed at, maybe 10 or more, then the results come back in and there's an overall winner declared. It's a real festival. It's incredible to be involved in, actually. Again, you'll see some clips on YouTube if you search for Whit Friday to get a bit of a flavor of the kind of things. Actually, what I've got, oops, sorry. There we go. What I've got here is 3 different performances of a march by George Allen called Knight Templar. We're only going to listen to the first 2 minutes of each performances by 3 different bands. The audio is taken outside, of course, because it's these are literally Whit Friday recordings. And again, I want you to adjudicate. We're going to listen to just the first section. We've said that already, through to the trio. Make notes by all means. Do what you need to do, and at the end, we'll be asking you for your order of merit, which you can. No, you can't submit, but you can have it for yourself, and I'll give you mine. Let's kind of shift into competition listening mode here now as well. So we're assessing each performance on both its technical and artistic merits. What are we listening for? Control of dynamics, accuracy of pitch, blend of sound, intonation, tuning, control of the rhythms, the tightness of the ensemble. Yeah, all of those things. All right. Okay, so let's listen to band number 1. I was going to play an example band so we could chat through it, but I think we can just go straight into this. Let's listen to band number 1. Here we go. Turn your speakers down if it's too loud. Okay, so that's the first section. Obviously, you're looking at the solo cornet part here, so you're not seeing all of the parts, but it gives you an idea. Right, let's listen to band number 2. Here we go. Okay, quite a lot of background noise on that one. As you can see, these are definitely live recordings. Somebody discussing what time they were going to have lunch, I think, on that one. Okay, let's have band number 3. Here we go. Okay, so I'm just going to stop sharing. We come back to me. So we listened to the 3 bands there perform Knight Templar, and maybe you were making some notes. Maybe you decided which performances you liked the best. I don't know if there's a way of you letting us know through the question system or whatever, but I'll give you a little bit of time to make a couple of decisions. I've listened to these performances before, so I know exactly which ones I prefer. So of those 3, in third place, I'd have put band number 2. It was just a little bit pedestrian, a little bit slower in tempo, lacked a little bit of energy, a little bit of kind of not particularly cohesive in sound and ensemble. I'd put band number 1 second. Actually, I think that was the opposite. I think that rushed just that little bit too much, needed that little bit more control and poise, and particular phrases were going forward. And I thought band number 3, who I'd give first place, did have that kind of measure of both the control of the tempo and the energy as well. It was also a very blended sound. And all those kind of things. So interesting to listen to, an interesting kind of little exercise, and we could so easily spend more time discussing those performances and what we think of them. So we're coming to the end of my time here, so I'll just make a couple of very quick conclusions and summaries. So things I kind of want you to consider after this session is over. First of all, it's a common story that someone has come away from a competition or a solo or ensemble event a bit mystified as to how the judges have reached their decision. Well, of course, I can't comment on specific occasions I'm thinking about, but I would urge those people to ask themselves several questions. Ask yourselves this: did I follow the same focused listening rules that the judges have to come to an opinion to give the results? Did you thoroughly prepare and research, practice actively listening to the competition pieces before you went to the event? Did you sit and listen uninterrupted, no distractions, no sandwiches or quick conversations or saying hi to a friend or anything like that? No distractions. Did you take copious notes and constantly refer to them in between performances? Did you hear each performance without expectation of standard or interpretation and try to understand and value the nature of the performance from a fresh outlook each time? Actually, if the answer is no to any of those, then unfortunately you don't have all of the information that you needed to totally kind of understand the judging process, the listening process. So that's one thing. I know that's directly related to directly related to adjudication panels as such, isn't it? I also think that there's a deliberate technique to finding and projecting musicality or expression with any given music. Granted, it's complicated to do that, and there's always more than one way of shaping any phrase, and there's lots of context and lots of information we've got to take into account: historical, genre, informed performance practice, all of those kind of things. But I would put forward that there is less subjectivity in the artistic aspects of musical performance than sometimes we might imagine. And it's this analysis that I think we've been looking at today, isn't it? How can you use critical listening to improve your own performances, whether it's a recording of other artists or even recordings of your own playing? Use the skills we have spoken about today to analyze and then make more informed musical decisions about how you want to sound and how you want to shape your performances. Thanks for listening. Now there is 5 minutes probably left. I don't know whether there are any quick questions or whether we are done, but in terms of my presentation, that is it. I see Matthew on the screen there. Oh, Lester's appeared as well. How are we doing?
Yeah, so I mean, we can maybe do one question, but I can just make a couple general statements.
Yeah.
So audience generally agreed with how you placed them. There was some that thought the first was better than the third one, but everyone agreed with the rest of it, and my majority thought there was.
Yeah, and of course that's the difficult thing, isn't it? There is a degree of subjectivity, and people will discuss that, and we can discuss that for much longer. In a way, it depends on your listening experience. In a way, it depends on your performance experience. But people will always listen and make their own subjective views. So that's an interesting part of all this.
Okay, so that's pretty much the end of our time here today. So thank you so much for joining us. And then do you have a website where people can check out your work, and you could just state that right now?
Yeah, you can find me on and all the usual social media channels, and just search my name and I come up. So just do that, and keep in touch. And I hope this has been valuable for you.
Thank you so much. So everyone, that was David Thornton, and next we will have another performance. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to start off with a little tribute to the late, great Harry Belafonte, who we just lost at the ripe old age of 96, I believe he was, 96, 97. And he did so much for music and so much for advancement of integration and breaking down barriers. And we play his music every night. We play Deo every night with Beetlejuice. And we play Jump in the Line every night with Beetlejuice. And so it seems fitting to do a little something for Harry today here on stream. Coming to you live from beautiful Providence, Rhode Island.
Daylight come and me one go home. Daylight come and me one go home. Daylight come and me one go home.
Yeah. Yeah. We're going to start off with a little tribute to the late, great Harry Belafonte, who we just lost at the ripe old age of 96, I believe he was, 96, 97. And he did so much for music and so much for advancement of integration and breaking down barriers. And we play his music every night. We play Deo every night with Beetlejuice. And we play Jump in the Line every night with Beetlejuice. And so it seems fitting to do a little something for Harry today here on stream. Coming to you live from beautiful Providence, Rhode Island.
Daylight come and me one go home. Daylight come and me one go home. Daylight come and me one go home.
Wow.
Yeah.
Daylight come and me one go home. Daylight come and me one go home.
Yeah.
Thinking about renting a band instrument for this school year? Before you do, consider this: monthly payment, yearly cost, 3-year contract. With Overture, you can own an instrument for under $400 and never make another payment again.
All right. Thank you, Lester. Well, greetings, everyone out there. I hope y'all are having a good day. My name is Dr. Scott Roeder. I am the professor of tuba euphonium at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, which is located in South Texas, about a half an hour from the Mexican border, 3.5 hours south of San Antonio. I've been down in this position for 15 years, just finished my 15th year. I teach tuba and euphonium down here, plus conduct the UTRGV tuba euphonium ensemble. Before I came down here, I was doing a doctorate with John Stevens at the University of Wisconsin. Before that, I played in the Midland Odessa Symphony and the Lone Star Brass Quintet out in West Texas. I've lived in, except for my 2 years during my doctorate, I've lived in Texas for over 20 years, teaching and playing. I've had students win competitions, big competitions such as Falcone, and compete at ITEX and Texas All-State, in all sorts of events. I also did degrees at the University of Akron with Tucker Jolly and the University of Illinois with Mark Moore. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you, Lester, for organizing this event. I hope I can provide some valuable insight to some of the things that I think about as a player and teacher. So thank you all for being a part of this.
Okay, so the first question we have here is, what is the most memorable event you performed at?
For me, the most memorable event, I don't, it's one probably, and it's not so much my performance, but probably the ITEC in 2012 in Linz, Austria. I did a recital there, but also my students performed as the UTRGV tuba euphonium ensemble performed. And that was our first international trip. It was, I had just been here only about 3 or 4 years, and just getting an opportunity to do that with my students, to have a big international performance like that was probably has been the most memorable performance of my career.
So what is the most important piece of advice you have for euphonium and tuba players?
Make sure you take care of the little things. There's, I think in when we perform, there's all these, to make us successful performers, there's all these little things that we all know we're supposed to do, but oftentimes we don't develop it at a high enough level where we do it every time. A simple thing like taking a full breath. I can't tell you how many times in a lesson or hearing someone perform where they don't sound their best because they didn't take a full breath, or they didn't count through a half note. Even in high level performances, it always kind of surprises me that simple things are often neglected, you know, by players that can play really well. And then they neglect something like holding a half note out 2 beats. And so take care of this, take care of the little things, get those on autopilot, and I think you'll find a lot of things will come along easier. You know, simple things like groove and note lengths and clean articulations, playing what's on the page. When a note's slurred, slur it. When a note's tongue it. Take care of those little things, and I think you'll find yourself going a long way.
So how would you compare like the kind of like the college, like getting into college music playing, like kind of like the recruitment process versus like, sports?
You mean like recruiting students to come study with me, or getting into?
Yeah, I assume I assume that's what it means.
Okay. Well, I think the biggest thing for recruiting as a college professor is relationships. You need to develop, you know, if a student knows you, they're going to, and they enjoy working with you, they're going to be more tempted to come study with you. And I think for me, that's been the most important thing for my success as a college teacher, is I really work on relationships and also making sure the educational experience of my students is top notch. You know, which can be sometimes it can be a challenge depending on what your situation is, where you're teaching. But I've always strived to provide them a top quality experience that they could get on almost any school. If I can do that and I can develop relationships, I find that students want to be a part of it. You know, also as a studio, have an identity. Be known the UTRGV, the tuba euphonium studio, we know who we are. We have an identity of what we do and what we're about, and that attracts students that want to be a part of that. They're drawn to that, and that brings them into the school.
The next question we have here is, how did you begin playing?
I began playing tuba in 5th grade, and it was kind of just fate in a lot of ways. I didn't choose it. I went to go play I think I wanted to play percussion when I first started for whatever reason. And then my band director said, junior high band director said, you should play tuba because you're the only one in class big enough to hold the instrument. And I just said, okay, I'll do that. And that's kind of how I got started.
So what would you say is the biggest difference between college and high school music?
I think the biggest difference is musically there's two things. One is from a musical standpoint, the music's going to be a lot more intricate to understand. You're going to get a lot of music that you have to really work and invest time to understand what the composer is trying to say with the piece. I think in high school it's easier, which makes sense because as you experience more music, you become more developed in making music. You can interpret higher level musical ideas. The other thing that I find, at least in Texas, is it's not so much the difference of the music, but it's the quantity of music. So in Texas, a high school student in the band is going to spend 3 months working on their all-state etudes from August till December in the audition, maybe even longer, depending on how well they do. And you have 3 etudes that you spend 3 months in working. When you get to college, you get a week to do that instead of 3 months. And so the amount of music you have to process exponentially goes up. At least in Texas it does. In other places it might not be the same. But for my students that are starting with me as college freshmen, I think that's the biggest jump, is that they have to learn how to process music faster, and they're responsible for a lot more music than they were in high school.
So I believe this is about music in general. So in music, do you think it would be better to be quote unquote goal oriented or process oriented?
Well, when you're looking at interpreting music, you want goal oriented is where you want to go. The processes are important, but if you focus too much on the process and not the end product, you miss the point. You miss the point of it. And a lot of times you get tied down to the details. And so I always try to figure out, what do I want to say with this piece? Where my end goal, what is it going to be? And that's what I'm trying to, I'm always focusing on the product when I play. At least that's what I'm trying to do. I don't get there every day, but that's the goal, is to focus on the end result.
So how would you compare and contrast how you would solo in front of a whole band or orchestra versus just something you just did where you're just performing with a piano?
Well, when you're playing, there's a couple things, and it can actually kind of go each way. Sometimes with the biggest thing is, like when you're playing with piano, you definitely can explore the soft end more. And depending on how flexible the pianist is, you might be able to do some more nuance with how you shape a phrase, or if you pull back. Sometimes with the band, you definitely have to play over an ensemble, a band or orchestra. So you're going to play louder in some cases. You're going to have to fill up the hall more. So you may end up having to take some extra breaths that you didn't plan on. Not always, but sometimes. The other thing is sometimes you have to modify what you want to do musically to fit in with the construct of the band. It also depends the level of the ensemble you're playing with. If you're playing with a local amateur community band as opposed to a professional ensemble, you may not, with the community band, the amateurs, you may not be able to do everything you want to do with a professional ensemble.
So earlier in your life, do you have any favorite tuba euphonium players or musical influences that have inspired you?
Yeah, mainly my teachers, I would have to say, were the biggest influences. that, you know, Mark Moore, Tucker Jolly, John Stevens, of course, learned a ton from Sam Palafian over the years, didn't study with them on a regular thing, but tried to attend as many festivals where he was teaching. And so, you know, listening to him over the years, I know when I was in high school, I wore out some of the Empire Brass CDs when I was young. Just loved the way that group sounded. And then I was very fortunate to get to work with him over the years with you know, at festivals and summer things. So those were some of my biggest influences. Pat Sheridan would be another one that had a huge influence on me when I was young, and even still today, I'm still trying to emulate those people, and, you know, trying to figure out in my head, okay, how do I get there?
Next we have what is the most important thing that you regard in music that really makes a solo shine rather than it just being another piece?
How you interpret it. I mean, what's your musical voice tell you what to do? You know, first you have to, before you can be successful playing anything, you've got to have a musical voice on the piece. A lot of times, you know, especially in the formal study, we train notes and rhythms and great sound and great clarity, and all that stuff's important. But at the end of the day, those are tools to get to your voice. So you have to, so two things is, one, you have to work on developing that voice. If there's no voice inside, instrument inside your head, or there's nothing, you know, the music's not up in your head, it's not going to come out the horn very effectively. And so we have to start with the voice, the musical idea. And we get that by experience of listening to everything you can get your hands on, not just tuba, but voice, oboe, woodwinds. I love listening to articulation and double reeds, oboe and bassoon. To learn how to turn a phrase, I listen to old country music singers. There's a piece by Patsy Cline, Sweet Dreams. You ever want to learn how to phrase one note and put a whole bunch of musicality in one note? Listen to Sweet Dreams by Patsy Cline. It's a masterclass in how to take one note and create a phrase with it. So you have to experience music on every front you can imagine, because you just never know where it's going to plug in. All of these different, when you listen to music and experience music, it all kind of goes in your brain and kind of is jumbled as soup. And then you use it when you get a new piece of music or you're working on something, then all those experiences give you musical ideas to draw from to create your own music. So if there's no musical ideas in your head, it's hard to put a really musical stamp. So once you get the musical ideas, then you work to be able to get past the technical aspects of the instrument and the music to where you can let those musical ideas come out and really say something to create your own musical voice.
So will you say that you need a role model in order to be good at music?
Oh yeah, you have to have lots of role models. You have to, you know, no one's created in a vacuum with a great musical mind. It comes from listening. You got to listen to everything. So everything you listen to can be a role model, both good and bad. You know, sometimes there's value in listening to things and going, you know what? I don't want to do it that way. That is not how I want to, how I care to play. And that's good. That's good too. So yeah, we have to have role models. Music is an oral tradition. As much as we have notation and we have all this pedagogy and we can talk about it, at the end of the day, there's a lot of oral tradition to music. I mean, the earliest music making was all done orally by call and response and trial and error. Oh, play this, now do it like this. And I think role models are essential for being a musician in any genre.
So when you first started playing tuba, did you have any struggle trying to get enough air for the instrument?
I don't remember per se. I'm sure I did. Now, I have an interesting story, and for some of the folks in the States that are on right now, this will be an interesting. I think if you're from England, you'd be like, what's the big deal? But I actually started on E-flat tuba. On my first 4 years of playing tuba, I played E-flat tuba. I had an old school band director that every year would switch between B-flat and E-flat. He'd put one player a year. I grew up in a real small farming town in Illinois. So we only had one tuba player in every class. So I played E flat tuba for the first 4 years. So probably air wasn't as big of a thing in junior high, but then when I switched to B flat in high school, it was an issue. I had to really relearn. But I will say pedagogically, breathing can be an issue for younger players because their lungs aren't full yet. They're not developed. They don't have the lung capacity they will. So what I try to do is I try to teach them to fill up and empty and really train the concept of really using the entire bow or all the lungs, knowing that they may, and expect them not to be able to play like 4-bar big phrases, like they may only play a measure and have to take a breath. I let that be okay, because eventually they're going to grow and their lungs will. So if they have the habit of filling up and emptying every time they breathe and blow, as their lungs grow, the breathing will get better.
So what is a specific piece that really struck you when you listened to it?
When I listen to it, I'll tell you one. I have one that's in really my mind is when I was a student at Wisconsin doing my doctorate. John Stevens had written his trumpet sonata for John Ailey, and they did a song that was premiered at the National Trumpet Conference competition. And I don't know, I don't remember the year, but I remember hearing it in a studio class, John playing it, and the second movement just struck me as just absolutely gorgeous. And as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh, I have to play that on tuba. So I lean over to John and I'm just like, John, I got to play this second movement sometime. And he was like, yeah, you should go for it. And so that's always been a really neat piece for me, especially that middle movement of the trumpet sonata.
Next question is, did you ever deal with burnout as a musician, and how do you deal with it, if so?
Oh, all the time. That's a common thing. I try to keep a good mental state now where I don't get as much, but also I think that's a real common thing. Especially as you're trying to grow, come up through the ranks and secure yourself a living doing what we're doing. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves to produce, and especially when we're younger, when you're doing the competition and audition circuit, and it can burn you out. For me, what's always helped is now in my point of the career of my stage, and I wouldn't have thought of doing this 20 years ago. I take summers off. I don't do as much during the summers as I used to. There's at least some time where I put the horn away for 4 weeks in the summer, and I just get away from it so that when I come back, it's fresh and I'm having fun. The main thing for me is I try to make the purpose, why do we play music, is to communicate with people and to entertain people. And I try to make it about that. And I'm trying to have fun when I play. If I'm getting too caught up in worrying about stuff, that can create the burnout. So I try not to, sometimes we have pressure to produce, obviously, if we have a performance and we're not prepared. But I think your mental state can really help with the burnout. The other thing I try to do, if like I'm working on a solo and I'm just tired of it, especially in the day, I'll put it away and try to do something fun. I try to play every day, do something that I like doing, whether it's playing a simple melody or just messing around on the instrument or, going on YouTube and playing along with a rock tune or something. I try to do something every day that's fun to remind myself I do this because I love it and I enjoy it, not because it's work and I'm having to do something. And that's easier to do when you're older and you're in a career, but when you're young, it's a challenge. But I think if you can keep that, you can really stave off some of that burnout that happens.
Okay, so we have time for a couple more questions. So here's one. Does facial hair impact tone quality?
Does what?
Does facial hair impact tone quality?
Oh, I wouldn't think so. I don't, honestly, I don't know. There's great players that have facial hair and there's great players that don't. I don't think it's not even something I would think about. One time I had facial hair, at one time I didn't. I used to have a soul patch of hair right here for years and I didn't think I could play without it. And then I shaved it one day and it was fine. So I'm not worried about that kind of stuff. I'm more worried about the sound that's coming out of the instrument.
So next thing is, so what is your favorite type of ensemble to perform in, and also what's your favorite type of ensemble to listen to?
To perform in, probably brass quintet. just because it's so much, there's chamber music is so much fun, and the way you communicate a real high level brass quintet. It's so cool when everyone's on the same page, and there's so much flexibility in the types of music you can play. You're not stuck in one genre. I really enjoyed doing it. I wish I did it more. Listening, oh my goodness, I like listening to everything. I'll listen to anything from classical to old school country music. I don't really, to me, I'm trying to absorb as much music in my life as I can. So, I'm up for listening to pretty much everything.
Okay, so this is the last question that we have time for today. So, and that would be, when listening to yourself, what should you be looking for?
Well, there's obviously the nuts and bolts of performing. Am I in time? Am I in tune? Is there clarity? I find when I hear myself play, I'm always trying to get cleaner on slurs. The fuzz in the sound drives me nuts. That's something I'm chasing in my own playing, and I'm hoping to get there someday, but we'll see. The other thing is it the voice that you want to play? Is the music that you have in your head coming out across in the recording? If the answer is yes, then keep going in that direction. And if the answer is no, start asking questions. Why not? What do I need to do to make my musical mind and my musical voice match what I want it to say, what I want it to hear? So it's kind of both. You use it to check in with nuts and bolts to see if all the nuts and bolts are there in the sound quality, and am I holding the notes out the right value? And then the other question is the music happening like I want it to happen?
Okay, so that's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us. So before you go, can you tell everyone where some place they can check out your work?
Sure. If you're interested, I have some videos up on YouTube. And so you can just check those out. Just type in my name in tuba, they'll come up. I did a CD in 2020 called 5 Muses. It can be, I'm sure it's on iTunes, it's on Naxos, online. If you want a copy of the CD, you can also reach out to me and we can work something. I can either mail it to you or send you a download card, but it's available in all the usual outlets. The other place, I also have a CD that I'm going to be doing this month. It'll come out sometime in the fall. I'm not exactly sure when. It just depends on editing and all that stuff. So those are the big places. If you're in South Texas, I play with the Valley Symphony Orchestra. I do solo recitals. Usually if there's a conference, I try to play at conferences whenever I'm able, and it works out. So but if you're looking for today, YouTube would be a great option. Or you can check out my album that I did called 5 Muses.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Lester. Thanks for the invitation. Enjoyed it very much. Good luck with the rest of the festival.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye, everyone.
Okay, so now we will go on a short break.
If you're renting this, you're paying for this. Save your money for music and own with Overture and enjoy our unique buyback program.
All brass musicians have to warm up before they go on stage. One, it warms up the instruments because the pitch changes with the temperature of the instrument, so it's vital that it gets to the room temperature. And the other area is that the lip muscles are in a relaxed way. What the mute has done is made that so much easier. You can be playing right up to the side of the stage and then just take the mute out before you go on stage.
Hi, my name is Richard Galime. I'm the owner of DF Music. I'd like to thank the International Low Brass Festival for having me for this Q&A session. It's pretty exciting to be able to get to answer some questions for everybody. A little bit about me. Have a history in music. Had a family of musicians. We were all in bands together. Grew up in a lot of different local community bands, brass bands, Italian concert bands. Did a lot of freelancing in my time, and then I went to school for music, started out in music business, and then purchased DF Music. And DF Music has been around for quite a while, but I purchased it in 2017, and since then we've started a lot of really cool programs with DF Music. One of the things we do is specialize in very specific brands. Those brands are Dennis Wick, John Packer, and Smith Watkins. We've got some cool programs with Dennis Wick where I do mouthpiece consultations and mouthpiece trials, where people call up, they get tons of advice from me. I've been working with Dennis Wick mouthpieces for, I think, the last 15 years or so. I was always their brand manager in the US and did some other things and eventually found my way back to this. And now I specialize in them again. With John Packer, I do a lot of cool things with their beginner instruments. I have a cool beginner program called Overture, which you can check out at overturefirst.com. It's kind of a alternative to renting, where renting is obviously a monthly payment, can be a very long drawn out thing, and you really don't know what you're getting a lot of times. And Overture, you're always getting a John Packer instrument. It's one of their great beginner instruments. And basically you just buy the instrument, but there's a lot of opportunities to return it and get partial refunds and buyback programs so that you're never really stuck with the instrument, should you not need it 6 months, 5 months down the road or something like that. And then with Smith Watkins, that's more of a high brass thing, but Smith Watkins is they do high brass trumpets, cornets, but they also do all the herald and fanfare trumpets, basically kind of for the world right now. They're the only ones who do that. And I'm their importer for the US. So like the US Army Herald's Pershing fanfare trumpets. So those are the guys and gals that all play these fanfare instruments whenever like royal dignitaries come to the US and visit at the White House. They are greeted by these herald fanfare trumpet players, and they are all using Smith Watkins. And although typically that's high brass with Smith Watkins, the fanfare trumpets are soprano, they say melody, so soprano, alto, melody, and then tenor and bass. So actually we work with them on the tenor and the bass players as well. So if you ever need a bass fanfare herald trumpet, Smith Watkins is the place to go, and that's what DF Music does in the US for them. So that kind of wraps up just a really quick synopsis of me as a musician and how I'm still playing and have a band, and then what DF Music does and why it offers what it does. And a lot of that has to do with me personally, because I really like to connect with musicians and give them the help on those accessories and instruments that I can.
Of having like an online store versus like most other music stores just serving a local community?
I think having an online store this day and age is, I mean, you can't survive without one unless you're just doing rentals. Rentals kind of drive a lot of business for music stores where, you're going to a school, you get these rentals every year. But honestly, most rental shops, like even in the Chicago area, if you go into a rental store, they are literally like a 6x6 room that you walk into. Maybe they've got some accessories on their back wall, and then it's all about the rentals. So they're not really serving the musicians so much as they're just kind of filling a need for schools to have access to musical instruments. So for me, having the online store allows me to connect basically in the US, a little bit of Canada and Mexico, because I do some stuff in North America. But basically, I can contact any musician and they can contact me. And then the nature of the smaller accessories that I work with allows me to bring that aspect of a music store, right to their home. So when someone says, hey, I want to try out a trombone mouthpiece, you can call me up I'm going to be on the phone, or you can contact me on Facebook or Instagram, or you can just direct email me. I'm going to give you the full advice that you would get, like if you were in the music store, and then I'm going to ship you those products. And then instead of having to only be able to try them out in the music store, you actually have those products for like 7 to 10 business days where you can try them out. You could play them on a gig. You could show them to a professor. You could show them to a peer or a colleague. So there's a lot of benefits to that trial program that actually going in the music store, you wouldn't actually be able to do. So really, even though there is a lack of sort of local music store support for a wide range of trials and accessories of instruments, where you used to be able to go in and be like, oh, I want to try out this trumpet or that trombone, or let me try out these 5 mouthpieces. That kind of has fallen off, and it's very hard to find those types of music stores unless it's a very specific pro shop. But either way, with the online store, I get to bring that to you, and then you get more advantage because now you can actually have that product for, a week, try it out, see what works best. And the reason for the consultation is just so that we can narrow in on a field of products that we think are going to work best for you. So that way, when you do get things, you're not inundated with everything, but rather it's a much more focused trial where you can really feel the differences between the products that are probably going to matter most to you.
The instruments work.
Do you mean like how does JP work with Overture, or just in general, like what's a good overview of like JP instruments?
I mean, I'm not showing me, so you could probably you could answer both.
Sure. All right. Well, let me just start with what JP is. So JP, John Packer Instruments. They're a British-based company, and then they've come up with designs for instruments that really kind of fall in that category of beginner to advanced. I'm always reluctant to say like step up or professional, because professionals use John Packer instruments, and they're also great for students who are getting their first level instrument. But the bottom line is John Packer's mission, particularly when they started in England, was to supply instruments that were affordable. And that's because outside of the US, there's no rental program. So if students want to get involved in music, they have to buy an instrument. So that means they need access to a good instrument, and it has to be affordable so that parents and students can, say like, all right, I'm going to commit to this. We're going to buy this instrument. So that's kind of where they got their start. But then they started working with a lot of the other higher end manufacturers in the UK, like Rath trombones, Smith Watkins, Sterling, and they worked together to develop a line of that sort of middle ground pricing level instruments and advanced level instruments. So their beginner instruments are fantastic, but one of the best things to do for when I'm working with professionals and students who have been playing a while is sort of that mid-level John Packer and that upper advanced level, where you can get like a JP trombone, one of their tenor trombones, and it's like under $2,000, but it is a fantastic playing trombone. Like anyone could take it on a gig and use it as their pro instrument. And in fact, that actually happens with a lot of professionals. So like there's alto trombones, their bass trombones, their euphoniums. They're at such a level that for a lot of freelancers and pros out there who maybe euphonium's not their main instrument, but they get some euphonium gigs and they need a good, competent, great playing instrument. The JP 274 euphonium is like the best seller I have, because it fits right in that price range. It's like just over $2,000 for this euphonium, but it's fully compensating, 4-valve, 3+1 configuration, full-size bell. Like it's got weight to it, so it sounds full. So you can use it anywhere. It's the same with the trombones. A lot of times when I'm working with trombone players, they're a tenor player, but they need an alto on a gig. So, all right, well, I'm not going to spend $5,000 on an alto trombone that I'm going to use maybe 10 times a year. What I need is a solid trombone that is going to work within that frame that I need it. I'm going to use it for 10 gigs. It's got to be competent. It's got to sound good. It's got to be reliable. but I don't want it to be $5,000. John Packer fits in perfectly with that. And I like to think of it like it's attainable performance. A lot of John Packer is about attainability, and a lot of DF music is about attainability. And that's where we meet that sort of pricing versus performance thing. Everything that we do is to make our products and the performance of them attainable to nearly every single musician out there, so that we're not limiting someone saying, well, you could have an alto trombone or you could have a good euphonium, but you're going to have to spend $6,000-$7,000. So until you really can commit to it, or you're a freelancer full time, you're never going to be able to get one of those instruments that plays like it should. With John Packer and DF Music, we've got the mouthpiece brand, we've got the instrument brand. Everything is attainable. Everything is an attainable price. Everything is attainable performance. And then you get what you need. So that's sort of John Packer in a synopsis. And then one of the other amazing attainable programs that we developed was Overture. Overture First is our answer to the rental industry, where instead of having to spend $50 a month over the course of 3 years, where you end up spending like $1,500 on this beginner instrument that for most students after the first year and a half or 2 years, they're already looking beyond that. You just buy the instrument. The trombone is only like, even right now with the newest 2023 pricing, it's under $400. So you can get a trombone for under $400, and it's going to be every bit, if not better, than any student instrument out there that you can rent, except you don't have a monthly payment. So at the end of that year, you've spent about the same as the first year in rental, except now you own the instrument. And if you want to start saving towards an actual, step up advanced level instrument, you have that ability. So again, it's all about this attainability for me, that someone can attain an instrument for a good price and then work towards attaining a better performing instrument also at a good price. And at no point is there sort of this rock and a hard place of like, oh, I want this instrument and I want this performance, but I'm never going to be able to afford it. Or I want to get started in music, but I can't afford $50 a month. Or for a parent out there who might have 2 or 3 kids, that can be $150 to $200 a month, depending on what instrument they're playing. And for me as a musician, that's not servicing the music community. I want something that's attainable, affordable, easily accessible, and still has that option that, it's a young student starting. If they need to stop after 6 months, we buy that instrument back and you don't lose all your money. So that's how those two programs work together. That's why I can do that with John Packer, is because they have those good quality beginner instruments. And because I'm not interested in doing rentals, that's why I can do that with the Overture First program.
Collaboration work.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting collaboration. If you're aware of who Michael Rath is one of the premier trombone manufacturers in England and kind of in the world. I mean, he's a fantastic manufacturer. He started doing trombones that were modular, so you could buy different bells, different slide sections, and then you sort of put them all together in the way that you wanted to create this sort of customizable horn that is still somewhat affordable for a customizable thing, because he's making the components rather than complete horns. So instead of having 40 different trombones, he's got certain sets, and then you can combine them in different ways. That's actually pretty popular in England, because that's actually how Smith Watkins does their instruments too, with their interchangeable lead pipes, which is another fascinating thing. More on the high brass side, but same thing. So Michael Rath, John Packer approached Michael Rath to help design that instrument. And Michael Rath not only designed the instrument, but he went to their factories overseas to make sure all of the tooling was correct. He really wanted things to be very, very quality controlled, more so than other instruments out there that are being produced overseas. And that's kind of John Packer's thing to begin with. They're all pretty good. But, obviously, once you get into those upper levels, you can even get finer with that quality control. You can use better brass products. You can use better soldering techniques that, it's not that they're stronger, but they're cleaner, and everything that's a little bit cleaner, a little bit more focused, quality controlled means better sound, better response. So between Michael Rath being really specific about the design and the quality of the tooling being used and making sure that over the course of 1,000 instruments or so, that tooling isn't degrade. They really developed this instrument together. So it's using John Packer's, people that they use overseas to manufacture them, but it's all of Michael Rath's design ideas. And this was a way for them to both collaborate, because Michael Rath, with his small custom shop, can't really make an affordable horn out of that custom shop. However, John Packer can make an affordable horn, but could definitely use the benefit of a high-end manufacturer and designer like Michael Rath. So they got together, made those trombones, and then developed the JP Rath line, which is a fantastic line of instruments. They've got straight tenors, you've got your trigger, B flat F tenor trombones. They've got a single triggered bass trombone. They've got a double trigger independent bass trombone, got an alto trombone. I think they might even have one of their valve trombones. So they've really got a lot of options in there, and a lot of different, like open wrap, closed wrap, small bore, large bore. If you need a good quality, trombone, and you're not looking to spend $4 grand, those JP Raths are a fantastic opportunity to use them. I think I've worked with Chris Bill with them as well. He likes the JP Rath stuff. He did some videos with me as well on that stuff, both recording and just trials, him and I sitting in the room talking about them. And I've just had such good feedback from them that I have a lot of faith in the product. And I know that when people try it out, they're constantly in a state of, the instrument over delivers on their expectations.
Okay, the next question is, if you had to say one product at DF Music had the best value, what would it be?
A single product, that's tough, because that covers a lot of genres. I mean, we do everything from trumpets to trombones, tubas, flutes, saxophones. Then we have all the Dennis Wick accessories. But I'll do two. I'll do one accessory product, and that's kind of a general term. And then I'll do an instrument that I think is just one of the, hitting out of the park, products. So for an accessory, anything in the Dennis Wick classic lineup is just a fantastic way to upgrade any musician, any performance. If you're still using a stock mouthpiece or basically just a generic mouthpiece, whether it be for trombone, tuba, euphonium, baritone, like if you just get a Dennis Wick classic mouthpiece, they're usually pretty inexpensive. Like a trombone mouthpiece is like $75 or something. For $75, you're going to get so much more sound out of your instrument. You're going to get so much more feedback as a player from that mouthpiece. And you're just going to get a better performance all around, which isn't just going to help your performance, but it's also going to help your ability to improve, because now you have a mouthpiece that actually has room for growth. You can use better air support and it's going to respond to it. You can use, softer dynamics and it's going to speak. So instead of fighting with the mouthpiece you're using, that a new mouthpiece is just so invaluable. And the Dennis Wick being somewhat inexpensive at like $75 for a trombone mouthpiece, or I think it's like $90 for a euphonium one. I mean, you can't go wrong. I mean, for under $100, you're going to basically upgrade everything about you. So huge value for a small amount there. If we're talking instruments, obviously we just talked about JP Rath and those are great, but my single best seller in terms of pricing and performance is the JP 274 euphonium. I cannot talk about that instrument enough. I've had pros win competitions on them. I've never had anyone really try it out and say yeah, it's not really for me. we work with that instrument a lot. I work with Algirdas Matson is with that instrument. He loves it. You know, he suggests it to all his students. It's just that instrument that, like, I mean, to get that level of performance out of euphonium, the next best thing you'd be looking at is like a Besson or an Adams or something. And you're already like triple, if not almost quadruple in cost for what that JP 274 is. It's not the prettiest looking horn. I mean, it's definitely like a basic horn. You know, no nice bracing. I mean, the bracing is strong, but it's not ornate. There's no ornate design in it in terms of making it look pretty with the etching. But man, is it a workhorse of a horn. You know, it's the 3+1, fully compensating, full size bell. It's not lightweight, so you get a full sound out of it. It comes with a pretty decent case. You know, it's a hard plastic case. It's not as nice as like a Marcus Bono case or something, but it's still a really beautiful case for what that instrument is. And at right around like 2,500 or, you know, even less if you're looking at the lacquer, I mean, it is just a fantastic value.
So, gonna be picking one more question here.
Yeah.
Let's scroll a bit.
I'm happy to answer anything also offline. Anyone who wants to send me a question, you know, feel free to just drop me a line in the email. It's info@dfmusicinc.com. I'm always available for questions. That's one of the things I like doing most is working with people and answer questions. So
Yeah, so the last question is for you working with these largely UK based companies. So how does that import process work?
you know, these days it's relatively easy. For Dennis Wick and John Packer, because those companies are pretty well established, they have warehousing in the US. So, you know, you can just order the products, and most of the time they have it here in the US. So it usually only takes like, you know, a week to get things in. There are tricky things to navigating that, though, especially these days with supply chain issues. There are times where, you know, I've got to order not just a couple euphoniums, but I'll have to order like a dozen of them so that as those supplies come into the US, I can actually get the product. And it's the same for Dennis Wick. Dennis Wick over the last few years, again, a lot of this stems from things closing during the pandemic and then having to reopen them, but then there was a shortage of materials. So there was a lot of catch up. So Dennis Wick really did a ton this past year to like get everything back online, running at even fuller capacity than they were before, making better quality products at a faster rate, which is what they're doing right now. They just set like a production record for themselves last month, which is great news because we can get that stuff in stock. And then it's the same for John Packer. They're doing the same thing. So they've got a warehouse here. I can order direct from London, but obviously, you know, if it's already in the States, it's going to be quicker and easier for me. Smith Watkins is a little different because I am actually their importer. So for that, there's a lot of like, you know, VAT taxes and tariffs and things that I have to pay in. And then we figure that in all in the cost and, you know, make that work within the US market. Like, not that it's a low brass instrument, but like their trumpets end up being around like $3,500, $3,600, which for a boutique manufacturer is a pretty darn good price for those. So that works out great. But in that question, you know, that's another thing that DF Music takes it upon, I should say, I take it upon myself since I'm the only one who works at DF Music. I really make sure, if at all possible, to stock as much as possible at all times. So rather than what most companies have done over the last 5-10 years, which is try and be just in time with inventory, like usually if you call me up, unless Dennis Wick in London, or I should say in Poole, is out of stock, I'm gonna have it at my store. So like I don't just keep a few Dennis Wick things. Like I have a giant rack of Dennis Wick mouthpieces that pretty much covers every single Dennis Wick product. And sometimes I have multiple quantities of those products so that at any given point, when someone's like, hey, I want to try out, these 4 items, I have them in stock ready to go. And it's been a little trickier the past few years because of what's been going on with supplies. But for the most part, I've been able to accommodate everyone, whether it be, directly with the product they want, or talking through things and saying, well, I've got it in a different finish. I've got it in gold, or I've got a heritage, or, well, I've got this Stephen Mead mouthpiece, but it's not quite the same setup, but you might like it better for these reasons. So despite there being some limited supply, not so much this year, but the last 2 years, I've been able to really support my customers in that way. And that's something that you'll find that isn't the same in a lot of other music stores. And that's, again, one of the ways that I stand out, that DF Music stands out, is we have the product available. And that comes with specializing in those products. We support the products so that we can support the musicians. So again, everything's attainable because I want musicians to be able to get good performing products. So that's basically been our goal, and that's how we manage importing stuff into the US.
So Rich, where can everyone check out your stuff?
Sure. My shop is at DF. Let me say that again. Sorry, there's a lot of fireworks going on around us. dfmusicinc.com. I can actually, well, I guess you guys will post that later, I'm sure, as a text. But yeah, dfmusicinc.com is my store. And then if you're looking into that Overture program, you can check out overturefirst.com. That's another great place to go if you're looking for that beginner instrument program. And then I encourage everyone to check out our YouTube videos and to call me up for any mouthpiece consultations you're looking for. It's a hugely valuable service. It really helps out a lot of people, and I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Resume in 3 hours, actually, with a Q&A from John Rojak. That would be the last event of this International Low Brass Festival. Thank you.
All
Oh, I think that's my cue to speak. Hi, everybody, whoever you are around the world. This is John Rojak. I am a bass trombonist, and I consider myself a freelancer, but I guess my main credential is that I play in the American Brass Quintet, which is a serious chamber music group that tours. We have residencies at the Juilliard School in New York and at the Aspen Music Festival in Colorado, which is where I am now, in Colorado. And looking forward to all your questions. And maybe I'll tell you about how I got to where I am. When I was learning the trombone and playing in high school bands, and marching bands and jazz bands and all that, I was a tenor trombonist. And I decided I thought it would be nice to keep pursuing music for a college major, and it was a profession. So I auditioned for some colleges and got rejected from most of them. Wound up going to my safety school in Lowell, Massachusetts. And in the second semester of my freshman year, there was an opportunity to play in the symphony orchestra on bass trombone, because one of the two bass trombonists had graduated. I was interested in playing in a top ensemble, so I switched to bass trombone and also started practicing a lot more and realized the amazing correlation between practice and improvement. So I got better, played in the orchestra. I was also still playing with amateur bands, concert bands, marching bands, playing a lot of parades, playing shows, augmenting high school bands around the area, until after 3 years at Lowell, I transferred to Juilliard in New York and spent another couple of years there, actually 3 years, playing everything I could, playing chamber music, playing orchestras, actually playing in big bands. And by the time I was in my last year of school, I had sort of entered the workforce in New York City. I was playing concerts at Carnegie Hall and Lincoln Center. I was subbing on Broadway shows, playing some recordings, etc. But I still had the philosophy that you play because you want to play and because it's fun to play. So meanwhile, I was still practicing and trying to get better, because in New York, and especially at Juilliard, the peers, your colleagues at school, are just fantastic musicians. So I felt like I had a lot of catching up to do, and seemed like practicing was the way to get there. I played Broadway shows, I played concerts, and then after freelancing for about a dozen years, there was an opening in the American Brass Quintet. I prepared incredibly diligently for that and wound up getting the chair, which actually put me on the faculty of Juilliard and the Aspen Music Festival, and created quite a bit of opportunity in subsequent years. I still play in a lot of orchestras. I played Broadway for 20 years or so, plus subbing on shows, and have subbed in most of the major symphonies in the country. So that's enough bragging about me, and I would love to answer your questions.
Yeah, so the first question is, what are the symphonies that you have played at, and what are some of the best players that you've played with?
Man. The symphonies in New York, I'm a member of, actually a charter member, an original member of the New York Pops. I play with the Orchestra St. Luke's. I play in an orchestra called Scandia. I play in the Little Orchestra Society. I play in Riverside Symphony. I play in an orchestra in Memphis called Iris, which comes together a couple of times, several times a year. Players from all over the country go to Memphis and make a really, really nice small orchestra. I've subbed the New York Philharmonic, recorded a little bit with them. The Cleveland Orchestra, LA Phil, San Francisco Symphony. I played extra with Philadelphia Orchestra, Boston Symphony. Actually, and it all started sort of when I was in school at Juilliard, my last year of Juilliard, I was playing in 5 orchestras. I was there were 4 orchestras in school. The top orchestra was called the Juilliard Orchestra. That was my assignment. But my work study was to play in the 2nd orchestra. I was in something called the National Orchestral Association, which was a training orchestra before New World Symphony existed. And we got together 3 times a week and read through repertoire, and it was a 3-year appointment. So we played through almost every piece you can imagine over the 3 years. And then at that time, there was a new orchestra that formed. It only lasted maybe 2 years, called the American Philharmonic. And basically we played all but 1 Bruckner symphony. So that was pretty fun for a low brass player. Some of the best players I've played with, man, I think one of the most exciting things, I walked into a studio once and the other trombonist was Irby Green. So that was sort of a dream, because that was my role model when I was learning how to play. Some commercial players like Sonny Russo, Jim Pugh, Keith O'Quinn, Sam Burtis, all sorts of amazing, the New York players, and classical players. All the orchestra guys are amazing. Joe Alessi and Tim Higgins and Nitzan. Actually, when Nitzan Horowitz, who's principal trombone in Philadelphia, first got to Juilliard, I was his chamber music coach. So that was pretty fun. And watching his trajectory, which was quite fast. So Toby Oft was amazing, amazing player, very savvy. And yeah, I mean, dozens and dozens of fantastic players, and probably unknown to most people, the players that are freelancers in New York, like my friend Dick Clark, that I've been playing with for years and for decades, should be known. Amazing musician, always singing. I got to play with John Swallow for a number of years, and etc. I mean, so many. I'm leaving out many, many, many players.
So the next question is, as a student in bass trombone, is there less competition?
Yes and no. There's less competition. There are fewer players. I transferred to Juilliard a couple of reasons. One was that I had met Dave Taylor, and I liked his career, and so I thought he went to Juilliard. I figured if it was good enough for him, it's good enough for me. So I, worked hard to get accepted. But also there was I had heard that there was a really excellent student at Juilliard at the time, and that turned out to be Steve Norell, who recently retired from the Met Opera. And I wanted to see how someone my own age, who was considered really great, if I was at least in the same zip code as Steve. And it was great being in school with him. We played duets a lot, and it was really nice to see how that was. So it was, yeah, less competitive, but healthily competitive. Fewer bass trombones, but there's only one in an orchestra. So fewer players, but fewer positions also. As anybody knows, when Jeff Reynolds, I believe, won the LA Phil job back in the late 60s, I think there were only about 11 players that auditioned, but it only takes one of those to beat you. So there could be 2 players and you could still not get the job, or there could be 100 players and you can get the job. So I think there are probably enough
playing a heavy bass trombone in parades?
I was pretty fit back then. I know I don't look it now, but yeah, it's tiring. I didn't do that many parades with bass trombone because by the time I was in college, no, actually, no, I did. And put you into shape, carrying the bass trombone and playing for a few hours while walking. It's I never thought anything that other than that's what I should be doing, because all my colleagues who were at that time mostly amateur musicians, they all had jobs like lawyer or auto body man or frozen seafood salesperson and stuff like that. They did it, and I was on the road to becoming hopefully a professional musician. So I thought I better do it. And what was cool was that at the end of the parade that everybody was doing for fun, we got paid a little bit. At that time was maybe $10 or $7, but still it was really great.
How do you deal with getting discouraged after practicing?
Practice more. If you're discouraged when you're practicing, that's actually a really great question. And the way I practice myself and the way I teach is very basic and all about fundamentals and all about relaxation and trying to get rid of frustration practicing. If something is discouraging and frustrating while you're practicing, I think it's time to switch gears and practice something else. Or study something, study a score, or listen to music, do something that's related, or practice subdividing, put on a metronome and do something, but do something related and come back to what may have made you discouraged and find tools. If you're playing something fast that you don't like the way it's going, play some slow notes, play some different register or completely different style. I always kept at least one or two method books handy that were my go-tos for when I didn't feel like practicing. They were kind of fun books. Maybe they were tunes or something a little bit pop sounding or simple things, because if you can play simple things perfectly, then you can play difficult things. So it's that making sure you're taking a breath, making sure you're getting rid of all the tension in your body when you're playing, so that you don't get depressed. I think playing a trombone should make everybody happy.
So this is okay. So this person asked, so even when treating trombone as a hobby and they are not heading into being a professional, how much should they practice?
That's an interesting question. I think they should practice enough so that it's fun to play. The thing about that is the more you practice, the easier things get, the more fun it gets, the more you want to practice. The better you get, the more fun it gets, the more you want to practice, which I think is really cool. I think finding a routine that always leads to improvement rather than practicing randomly is a good way to go. So I think if somebody puts in a regular, if there's no time, just some time every day, whether it's 30 minutes or an hour, but not to try to practice 3 hours on Saturday and that's your time for the week. That could lead to some frustration. But doing something every day, and if it's an hour every day, I think there will be improvement. If it's more than that, great, we get better and better.
A more supportive role in a piece or a more active role?
That's interesting. I don't really have a favorite genre to play. I mean, what I've always enjoyed is like backing up pop singers in kind of swinging situations. So I get that a lot of times in the New York pops. But when I used to play with regional, like what used to be sort of dinner theaters, and play for people like Mel Torme, and Vic Damone, who was a really great kind of pop jazz singer. I did a run on Broadway several weeks, or 6 weeks, with Shirley MacLaine with a big band. And that's really fun. On the other hand, yesterday I played The Rite of Spring in an orchestra. That was really fun. I kind of just like to have the trombone on my face, and whatever style it is, whatever genre, I like doing it, and I try to play it as if it's anything is my favorite at the time. Although super fun gig I played once was with Metallica. There were orchestral arrangements for all of Metallica's tunes, and we played that in Madison Square Garden. And I was playing the bass lines for the whole show. So it was kind of hard to beat that.
Okay, so we have time for just like one or two more questions. So one of them is, how can I share my love for a specific instrument with others?
Jeez. I guess we all have Instagram, right? So post on, or TikTok, make TikTok videos. No, don't do that. Share your love for an instrument with others. Play beautifully all the time, and hopefully enough people will notice and get to hear you. Yeah, I think somebody from this new generation will be able to do that, because now the social media is everywhere. But I guess that's the widest way to share, or make a really beautiful recording, or not even beautiful, something cool, something that I didn't mention about what genre of music I like. What I decided is my favorite music is music with integrity. So if somebody delivers it with integrity, really sells whatever they're playing, that's what I like.
Okay, so that's the last question that we'll take here today. That is, do you ever change how you play the trombone, such as embouchure, based on the music you're playing? And does different music give you a different type of voice?
Yeah, of course. When I play in a big band, I don't play square and one-dimensionally. In an orchestra, I don't play one-dimensionally. I think whatever the music dictates. I mean, you would play Schumann differently than you play Stravinsky, differently than you play Shostakovich, and differently than you play John Williams. And even in a big band, you play Thad Jones charts differently than you play Bob Mintzer charts. So you listen, and if you practice your fundamentals enough, you're going to have the skills to be able to change color and timbre. Your brain will tell your body what to do, and it's a really nice thing if you're just thinking of singing all the time. Everything we do is singing, even if it's singing in a less attractive way, of some kind of crazy effects in contemporary music or anything like that. So yeah, just have it in your head to sing, and how you want the horn, what you want the instrument to say.
Before you leave, so do you have any place where people can check out your music or your work or anything like that?
I think I'm pretty easily found. AmericanBrassQuintet.org. I actually have a website, jdrojak.com, I think. I don't look at it much, but doesn't have a lot of music things. It's got some nice pictures and stuff. Yeah, I think there's a contact there, and also there's a contact on the American Brass Quintet site, info at American Brass Quintet. That'll get to me. And yeah, I'm for someone who's not on social media, I'm pretty easy to find.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us at the first annual International Low Brass Festival this year.
My pleasure, and congratulations, Lester, on a pretty amazing festival.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the first ever International Low Brass Festival. We will be back next year under some changes to be announced on the website lowbrassnetwork.org. To check out our other projects, also go to lowbrassnetwork.org. If you want to help with any of our projects or are interested in even remotely helping us to support low brass players from around the world, visit tinyurl.com/lbninterest and fill out the form. Again, tinyurl.com/lowbrassinterest. With that, this concludes the first ever International